So sun's out in Malta. Medina Cup run and won by France with 3 wins just ahead of the hosts too. These 2 teams will play the first game of the Valletta Cup. So the 3 teams we've seen already this week, as well as Romania and Switzerland, who will join tomorrow. But right now, time for match 1. And these 2 teams that played twice on Monday, I love the rematch. Now it's time for the 3 match. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Valletta Cup T20 International on ECN, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the Valletta Cup now. It's time for the 5-team tournament featuring Malta, France, Luxembourg. We've seen them already this week in the Medina Cup. We'll see Romania and Switzerland from tomorrow. Right now, it's going to be Malta versus France in match 1. It is the 3rd match today, but match 1 of this Valletta Cup. So the structure's pretty simple for the Valletta Cup. We'll see 10 round-robin matches, matches 1 to 10, which will take us through to Saturday night. 3 matches a day from tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Then we'll have finals on Sunday. Right now, let's get ready for the coin toss for match 1. It is the host Malta taking on France. Let's see what happens at the other end. The officials are with the 2 captains.
Okay guys, welcome for the first match of the Valletta Cup between Malta versus France. Malta is a home team, so Malta will toss the coin and France will call for it. Okay. This head, tails.
Tail.
Tails is a call, and tails it is. So France won the
We're
toss.
gonna bat fast.
So Noman Amjad of France, he wins the toss. He has no hesitation in batting first. That's exactly what I would have done as well. And Gustav McKeon, he was player of the series on account of his heavy run scoring in the Medina Cup over the last couple of days. And he's likely to be out there first up with Action Jackson. Look, I do think it's a good toss to win. I think that France, they were already kind of putting a big score on the board against Luxembourg, 11.2 overs to chase down the target of 1-1-1 in the last game and secure the Medina Cup. But now it's time for them to do the job. And if they can put a big score on the board, it'd be a great start to their tournament. Malta, though, on the chase. It was super interesting the other day when these 2 teams met. Malta kind of botched a chase late in the piece, but then France did exactly the same thing in match 2. So I suppose, you know, we've seen a big chase pulled off already by Luxembourg earlier in the day. That was against Malta. But both teams, I suppose, with a clean slate now, and let's see who gets the first points. I called it the three match because we had the rematch already, and that was pretty good. Hopefully this one will be even better. Let's get ready as we go over to the commentary box with the news from the toss here in match 1 of the Valletta Cup. France winning the toss and batting.
Yeah, same day, new tournament, and recorded that a little bit earlier after the toss. And yeah, France, good toss to win, I think. These 2 were such entertainment on Monday when they went head to head. Anyway, it's Funyun Magal back in the lineup. He's going to start us off. And the McKeon opening up with Action Jackson. And McKeon was actually out to Magal the other day. And he's bowled around his legs after I thought he was caught behind, but umpire thought otherwise. But him McKeon, I mean, fresh off that big 80 in the last game. Oh, gets a bit of a full toss. And by a bit of a full toss, I mean a big one. And that's going to be 4. So, him Magal, you just got to wonder how he's feeling after he took a blow low down on the shin. And Tim Barker smashed one back at him the other day. Yeah, these are the 2 teams. So, you can see that there's a debutant for Malta with Gopal Thakur into the side. So, congratulations to him. And he'll be out there for Malta. Well, he's out there right now. Ramatilda Mungal comes in for France. So, yeah, that's a big in for them, trying to put their best foot forward in this Valletta Cup. So, we've got 10 matches in the Valletta Cup plus finals. So, the key is to be in the top 3 at the end of the 10 matches if you want to have a chance to win it. The top team goes straight through to the final. The 2nd and 3rd will play off for the other spot. So France will certainly be feeling pretty good after winning the Medina Cup with 3 wins out of 4. So I suppose the difference now, McKeon facing McGall compared to when they met on Monday morning. Conditions a little bit different. I think as the day goes on, it gets better and better to bat. But the main thing is he knows what McGall does with the ball now. He knows he's not your regulation left armer who's going to bring the ball back to you. He's going to take the ball away, so he's kind of playing for a little bit. This is an inside edge onto the pad. They won't get a run. So you won't see McGall getting too many LBWs against the right hander, because even that ball pitches outside leg stump would have cleaned up the stumps if it had hit the pad. Right. If it hit the pad, then you'd say, is that LBW, but can't be. It pitches outside most of the time. This will be a wide, pushed through a little bit too much. Yes, I want to welcome back everyone. Welcome to the new broadcast, because we've had to start a new broadcast because it is a different tournament. Valletta Cup. McKeon plays it on left, and he's going to get a second boundary. This time it's a little bit too short from McGall. Coming back, bowling from the other end. We saw him opening up from the other day. McKeon just continues to march forward. Nice shot. Neither team was able to chase down fairly meagre totals when they met on Monday. There's Action Jackson at the other end, waiting for his chance to face the bowling. Close-ish, you know. Again, I think that's the issue. This will be the end of the over. Without loss. Yeah, the key here, if it bounces to the right of the stumps, it can't be out. And for me, I think it just does. Just. It's a good shout. Pretty well bowled, but just had to bring it over a touch. And if he did, I mean, that is one that actually nipped back a bit. So it's could maybe a natural variation from McGall, but I suppose he was a couple of loose ones in the over as well. None for 9 for him. Nine for none after 1. So it's been a big day, hasn't it? We've seen the Medina Cup come to its conclusion. Malta going down to Luxembourg by a single run. France beating Luxembourg pretty comprehensively, and that's why they are champions of that tournament. But not too long to celebrate, because straight back at it. We're back on time as well, starting at 4:15 local here. Conditions. Well, if you set a fire and stood too close to it, that's probably a good kind of example of what everyone's feeling here at the moment. It says it's 30 degrees, but it feels a lot hotter than that. And I know I've said that a few times, but I've had to deal with it a few times, okay? Next, Jackson is facing up to Wasim Abbas. Yeah, so got to say congratulations once again to Gopal Thakur, who makes his international debut in this game for Malta. He's a guy we've seen a fair bit of, playing his cricket for the Southern Crusaders. We'll see him maybe with the ball in a little bit. Another good ball. I love this from Sudasanan, who thinks he's going to catch it. Does everything right, and then wonders where the ball went. At least this didn't get nicked, because that's a bad feeling. No one cares if no one nicks it. Look, there you go. Oops. Yeah, walk down. So yeah. Next time I'll remember to hold on to it. Action Jackson, though, a bit nervy. Got bowled through the gate earlier. Yeah, it's probably okay as well. Abbas. And the ultimate roller coaster of emotions during this tournament. It was the 10th wicket to fall when these two nations met on Monday morning in match 1, but then Abbas was the hero when he took a hat-trick against France in the 19th over. So pulled the proverbial Action Jackson's just spooked a bit at the moment, I think, with an early dismissal and then playing and missing in a couple in this innings. He's there to play shots, though. That's what he normally does, and doesn't waste too much time going about it. Someone pushes. And there's Matthew back into the lineup. I see him back out there. He'd love to make a few runs, I'm sure about that. Just looking at the team sheet, no, Jaspal Singh misses out for the first time this week. Jason Jerome also out of the 11 after playing as a kind of replacement for Miguel this morning. Miguel back into the side. Also, there's Darsha Patanka is in there, listed at 3 for Malta. End of the over, and Abbas delivers a maiden. And Action Jackson, well, this time we'll probably have to put the action in inverted commas. It's 9 without loss after 2. Yeah, so well bowled from Wasim Abbas, who doesn't bowl the loose one. That's the difference there, isn't it? With Miguel, a bit inconsistent in his first over. And so the tank getting a chance for the first time in the series. Imran Amir also getting an opportunity with his off spinner. He's not listed in the top 6, he's listed at 7. Had a bit of trouble finding his touch. He's a guy we associate with, being a pretty hard-hitting opener, but I think we'll use him more as a bowler than a batter in this game, Malta, especially with the tank coming in. Aurora listed at 4. You've got Zishan Khan, of course, up the top. Fanyan Miguel's listed to open, interestingly. So these batting orders are just a guide, but gives us an idea, maybe, what they're thinking. Miguel to continue. McKeon's the big fish, isn't he? The way he's going, he's player of the series in that Medina Cup. Miguel had his number the other day, but today's a different day. Pretty nice looking drive, Prasath able to make the stop. Prasath's been bowling a little bit more the longer it's been going. McKeon takes him on down the ground, he will get it. I think this goes for 4, it does. Again, not really time. I think that's the benefit of the power play, because you just got to get enough to get it over the infield, and he does. So Miguel, I mean, this is one he won't mind, because he knows that Gus takes the risk by playing that shot. It wasn't a bad ball, and to be honest, it wouldn't even change the field. They will. They put the long on back, but I got to say, I'd be encouraging that early, because if McKeon gets that slightly wrong, then you can take his wicket, and that's worth so much more than, conceding a boundary or 2 at this stage. They bring the 3rd man up. But I've got to say now, McKeon can just punch down for 1 and kind of settle into the innings a little bit. Probably a bit of a knee-jerk reaction in my estimation. He does knock it down the ground. Prasath gets a hound on it, but can't prevent the single. Full toss. Yeah, McKeon wasn't he good in the last game. Action Jackson, though, staring down 6 dots the first time we saw him. And now he gets to face Miguel for the first time. And McKeon, though, struck the ball pretty well. I'm going to say Luxembourg kind of had the sting taken out of their attack. His high score of the series. 2 half centuries and a 40. I mean, Gus was rolled for a duck in his first innings on Monday morning. Turns around to be player of the series 2 days later. So congratulations to him. It's cut away. There's protection out there. Action Jackson off the mark at the 8th attempt. Took a great catch earlier with the one mitt. Was able to get Shivkar and Gill in the last game. So France playing back-to-back matches. Malta, they played earlier, but they've had a bit more of a rest. And I think both teams using a couple of rotations. Probably could have used a couple more as well. Jabakel, the off spinner for France, retains his place while Zain Ahmed's out of the side, the left arm spinner. I probably would have made that change, not because Jabakel bowled badly. But this one is cracked over cover, and that's going to be 4. And well, Glenn Tavilla, he's a bit of an athlete, and he prowls away from his spectating position to grab this one off the wall, 4 runs, and slightly overpitched maybe. Encouraging the drive, just hoping Gustav nicks one or something like that. Not happening in the moment. Magal's gone for 19 off his 2 overs, 19 without loss after 3. Yeah, so I probably would have made that change and left out Ibrahim Jabakel, not because he bowled badly, but partly just, you know, to keep guys fresh. So to play him 1 out of 2. And the other thing is Malta have more right-handers in their lineup. So I think maybe Zain Ahmed turning the ball away from the right-hander. This is something I might have done, but Jabakel bowled pretty well to the Luxembourg side. Abbas coming off a maiden. It's cracked through the infield. Should probably cut this off. Makes it hard for himself. I reckon they'll get 3 now because he did pretty well. I think he thought he was going to stop it a bit more comfortably. It was nothing too comfortable about it. It's also good running from the batters. You expect these two to run well. Again, McKeon, he plays at a high level of cricket for his club. And to be honest, kind of cruising on the second, then saying, well, hold on. Spot an opportunity here. Let's keep legging it out. Jackson gets 3. Welcome, everyone. Poking my head into the chat for the first time as Gus gets ready to face Wasim Abbas. I wonder what they'll do at the other end here. Might be going to Wakar, I think. That's the end he's bowled so well from. And Nagal hasn't quite looked himself so far. It's never easy coming back after an injury. And bowling takes a lot out of your body. Hello to Harun Nagal. Hopefully you're well, Harun. Hopefully I see you soon as well, of course, from the Master Club. Hello to Cornelius Eunice as well, saying, come on to Malta. Hello, Cornelius. How are you? Thanks for my today. All right, takes it on, gets enough. Probably not to go all the way. Well, maybe he has, to be honest. All right, it's 4 runs. Pitch is just inside. 4 carreras. Abbas. Pitches up, challenges. I mean, it's no half volley. He steps. He hits. Yeah, just misses out on the 6, but does get 4. Yeah, Keanu astutely saying you got to get the top 3 of France and then you're kind of in the game. Can't let them get away from you when you look at the French bowling attack who are dynamite. This is hit pretty hard down the ground and this is going to be 4. So McKeon picking up where he left off at the moment. He's 25. And to be honest, if you want to carry his score on, he's past his 100 for the day. So, yeah, Abbas, wasn't a bad ball, really. Just doesn't look like nicking one, does he, Gus? He's on his bat, waiting for the next one. I mean, he's loving being out there. I think the conditions suit him perfectly. Now they kind of reinforce the offside field. 5 in the ring, plus a 3rd man. These 3 fielders for the leg side. They've also got one out kind of on the hook, like a deep forward square leg. Maybe they try him out. I'd probably stick a bouncer in there and hope he makes a mistake. He's been really good on the drive. Does, and he does make a mistake, but he doesn't nick it. The more cricket I watch, the more I feel like I can start to see the future. Because, yeah, I've got to say, it was a smart tactic. I mean, there are risks to this as well, and the risk is you get hit over the roof of the pavilion. But, I mean, if you can get Gustav McKeon out now, you can potentially save yourself 50 or 60 runs of the total, which is huge. So even if you risk a boundary, now's the time to do it. This one's not quite as short. It gets a bit of it out to that man we're just talking about. It's Michael Afridi. I've got him bowling the next over. Nothing against Funyan, but I think sometimes you'd only persist within the 3rd over if a guy's dominating, I think, when he's opening the bowling. Most of the time, 2's enough. Make a change. Just really swing the ball, something might be different. Oh, that could be gone, you know, maybe going down the leg side. I mean, look, he's saying he must have got an edge. Yeah, that's what the umpire's saying. To be honest, I think the edge is what saves Action Jackson. The umpire's got good hearing. End of the over. And it's 31 without loss. Abbas, number 12 off 2. I probably would stick with Abbas. Bowled a maiden and a 12. But, I mean, they've got options, and that's the thing. See who we get now. Oh, well, speaking of predicting the future, it will be Michael Afridi Ahmed to bowl the next over. And so, Waka, to be honest, behind McKeon, he was probably next in line for player of the series. I just think he offered a lot with the bat, with the ball, and in the field. So, I mean, that's probably the way I would have done. I think McKeon deserves it for hitting decent scores in 3 of the 4 matches. Well, it's be a good contest. So well, my 2 players that were at the top of the player of the series, in my mind anyway, they're going to go head to head here in the 5th over. Michael Afridi Ahmed to Gustav McKeon. First ball probably would have been a wide, but McKeon's got good reach. He steps across. Likes to play that shot, doesn't he? On the back foot. The key to this is he gets the back foot back and across. So rather than just kind of staying where he is, he gets outside off and gets, what that does basically, gets his head closer to the ball. Just makes it more likely that you're going to hit it how you want to hit it. You'll hit it at all. Oh, now he gets a bit lucky. As he cracks it back onto his own pads. And this could have easily gone back onto the stumps. You can see he was a bit concerned for a second, because he felt it on his body, and then it can happen that it can roll back on the stumps, but luckily hit the front of his back pad. And asks for permission and says, hey, would you like this? He says, yes, I'd like it. Well, in the air, gets just enough. This could plug, you know, but I still think it runs away for 4, and it does. So he kind of checks his drive there, and that's another kind of power play for, isn't it? McKeon, I think, had a slightly nervous moment off the bat, but luckily, even though he checked the shot, it was close enough to the middle to get it over. Varun Prasad. Check drive, you can just see, but does get 4. I tell you what, if you miss hitting 4s, then you're enjoying your innings. Yorker. Stroked away Bikram Arora. I wonder if we'll see him do some bowling during the innings. Hello to Partha Das as well. Hopefully you're well. And come on, Malta. I mean, the team's giving you a fair bit of love. Luxembourg, they're probably doing what I was doing around this time yesterday, which was having a dip in one of the many waterways around this island. They deserved it. Did get their first win of the week here. This is a classic. Losing the run. And Afridi's less concerned about running in and more concerned about, am I actually going to go through with this? Little steps, big steps. Actually, you know what? Let's call the whole thing off and have another go. Still loses this run again. And it's in the air. Well, Prasad, he's got to launch himself. He won't be able to. Just out of his grasp. Go for 2. Got to say, Afridi's completely lost his run again there, but this time he does go through with it. See, in the end, mostly arm strength anyway, bowling, so he just hurls it over there, and 3 metres too far for Prasad to make a dive on it. Partha's hoping boom, boom, Afridi can give him a breakthrough. Yeah, again, they put the fielder back because they don't. He's almost given an opportunity by going for that shot a couple of times. So I probably would have just kept mid-on, mid-off up, and it looks like one way they might be able to get him out. And that is the key. You got to get him out. Otherwise it just will bleed you to death. Now steps across and whips it through the leg side. This is running away, and I think it's going to be 4. So McKeon looking good through the first quarter of this innings. He's 36. France, 41 without loss after 5. Yeah, from Prasath captaining, and I was probably thinking earlier there was just a couple of moments where he could have asserted his authority a bit more before the last ball when scores were tied. It was probably the time to kind of just slow the game down a bit, get a few people around and make sure you get your feel right, talk about it. And they didn't do that. And Elias Jamakel snuck the winning run through a fairly vacant leg side, which it just wasn't the right tactics. And now there's a little bit of follow the ball about this captaincy, which is, one shot goes past something, you throw the fielder back. I mean, if he's nailing him for 6 in that area, then maybe that's fine. But we've seen McKeon almost holding out a couple of times. Keanu is asking about Bilal Khan and Basil George. Well, Bilal Khan is now playing his cricket mostly in Italy. So, yeah, that's one thing that's going on. Basil George, I think, it's got a bit of a shoulder injury. Keanu, otherwise I think he would be in the side from Malta. But anyway, in their absence, a couple of other players get some opportunities. Prasath comes on to bowl the 6th over, last over of the power play. Action Jackson, he's the strong silent type at the moment. He knows at the moment, probably just to get the 1 and knowing this is the last over the power play. He's pretty unselfish, I think, Jackson. He knows, okay, it's not really happening for me, so I'm just going to try and get the 1 unless I get something I'm really confident hitting for 4. But I'm not going looking for a boundary. I just want to turn the strike over to McKeon and give him the last over of this power play, as much of it as possible. Or you could just do that. But maybe I can't see the future all the time, and he just knocks that one into the tennis court. Almost. Maximo! Axion activated. Nothing wrong with this ball at all from Prasath. And Jackson tattoos that I thought was in the tennis courts, but just hits the top of the wall, and that ball probably needs a check. Well, Jackson, counterpoint, saying, well, it's the last over of the power play. It's maybe my last chance to really get away with some of these over-the-top shots as well. So that one came out of nowhere, and he smashed it. Now hits and runs, and he'll get away with it, gets past the infield and just a single. Good power play this for France. What's a good power play? That's a good question. I'd say 50s. I think they will. What's an average power play? Say probably 40 or so. 40 to 45. Notice the pass score, the average run rate in the Medina Cup was 7.1. I think it was 141 was the average score if you take the average run rate off of an over and times it by 20. McKeon get 1. He hits it just wide. Wazim Abbas a bit off. Yeah, so 141. I still think that's going to go up. I think it's kind of skewed a bit by the opening day where you didn't really see top order batter get going too much. Just making sure that they got the field right here. So 3 outfielders back now, they've sorted that out. Jackson finds the gap anyway, and this will probably run away for 4. Can he pull it back? I think he has, actually. Yeah, I didn't think this one was going to get caught up with, to be honest. But, well, many hands make light work. In fact, they don't even use the hands here in the end. And you can see ball gets pulled back just before he bounces over. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'm not a huge fan of stepping on the ball though, because you can roll your ankle that way, which is nasty. Jackson keeps it out into the over 50s up, and the 50 partnership as well between these two. France 51 without loss after 6. Malta searching for the breakthrough. Let's have a look at the Valletta Cup T20 international rankings. Now we can throw Romania and Switzerland in there because we'll see them for the first time tomorrow. So France still leading the way, Malta and Luxembourg in the 60s, but Romania and Switzerland in the 50s. And to be honest, I thought for a while Romania were ahead of France. So that's a pretty recent switch, I reckon. Switzerland just fighting their way back into the ICC system now after a few years in the wilderness. But you can see all these teams more or less close together, 17 between the top and the bottom ranked side. Luxembourg already showed that they can turn out a decent performance with a 1-run win this morning over Malta. But yeah, it's great information there to give you an idea about the teams involved. And yeah, Malta and Luxembourg, they're already here, obviously. But Romania and Switzerland, they are arriving in Malta today. So they might be watching right now. Welcome you guys if you've come in. And we'll see them playing first up tomorrow. And Romania, they've got a pretty tough task there. They're playing in the second and third match tomorrow. So they got the double header. Switzerland, they have it on Friday, but they have the first and the third. So yeah, Romania will be testing their fitness. They've been working really hard on their fitness. I know those guys pretty well. Just spent some time in Romania recently. Here's Imran Amir with his off spin back into the side. And I thought they'd go to spin, and Aurora gets a little bit of a Tortuga, and he's going to concede 2 here. And that kind of takes the wind out of your sails as well. There's a game going on in the Netherlands as well. They're chasing 111 to win, and right now 41 for 3 in the 9th over. Hits with the spin this time, McKeon. Be happy with a single. And then Amir. He's a handy off spinner. Let's talk about him showing his emotions on the field, but to be honest, he's a pretty well-tempered guy off the field. He has what I would call, or in Australia we call it white line fever. As soon as he's across the white line, he becomes a slightly different person. But no, that's what sport's for, as long as he can keep it in check. Louis talking about 160 being par in T20 internationals. Yeah, that was what we saw last year, wasn't it? In the Valletta Cup. Bit low so far on 40. Won the par through the first 6 matches we've seen. I think that's about spot on the 160. But I mean, to get that score, you need someone going on with it up the top. The top 3 basically, or even a number 4 or number 5 that comes in early. Amir, by the way, is actually putting a bit of spin on the ball, and occasionally he'll really toss one up, trying to challenge the batter. This isn't one of those times. Ball's a bit of a dart. Outside off stump, just a single. So Louis, well, you're in the chat, obviously. A Gibraltarian international player. How much cricket are you playing at the moment, Louis? Tell us where you're playing, what you're playing, if you're playing. Well, it's pretty hot, so sometimes in that area they don't really play through the real summer months. Anyway, this is a little bit short. Oh, that would have been a brilliant catch as the tank. That, to be honest, he couldn't have done a lot more. He ran to his right and he hurled himself. To be honest, I hope he's landed okay and hasn't landed on his head. Let's have a look on the replay. Definitely gets a hand on it. I think he goes one hand in the end. And I think he gets a piece of it, but it was a dive in hope. And yeah, you see the way he kind of lands and kind of all the weight goes on his head as he rolls and falls. And Patanka's done a bit of subfielding actually. He probably doesn't want to be taken off for another subfielder because he's finally in the team. Anyway, this should be gone, and it's a big moment in the game. Prasad takes the catch, and McKeon goes. And so, well, they had the opportunity, a half chance last time to remove McKeon, but it doesn't come back to bite them because the very next ball, Amir gets the false shot. And Prasad had a long time to think about it. Have a look at this. Yeah, just not really committing. And there's a last-minute decision to go over the top. Prasad takes the catch. And, yeah, I see McKean, well, he's filthy with that carry on from Amir. He was just kind of dancing around in celebration. Maybe he wasn't happy. He was under the impression that he was walking towards the departing batter. It's more to do with the fact he was walking towards where the catch was taken. But yeah, Gus saying, well, that's not on. And look at that. Pretty expressive stuff. Anyway, let's take an opportunity as we see 59 for 1 after 7. Bit of history. Czech Republic winning in 2019. We saw the hosts winning in 2021 when Switzerland made their previous appearance. Last year, Romania beat Malta in the final. That was after Malta topped the table. Czech Republic coming in 3rd. But yeah, you can see France playing for the first time. Romania playing for the 2nd time, coming back to defend their trophy. Switzerland the 2nd time after not taking part last year. Luxembourg also playing for the first time. So 3 editions of the Valletta Cup, 3 different winners. Will we have a new winner or not? Right now, Gus just saying, look, settle down. Let the officials deal with it. They thought there was something untoward. I say Amir, he does carry on. I mean, that's probably a difference in, I suppose, cricketing cultures a little bit. We see the players here in Europe. And he's going to get a word here. I don't know, maybe just a little word, but I mean, he's 10 metres away. He's all bark, no bite here, Amir. Have a look. He picks it up and then, like, look at that. Have a look. He shakes to elbow from about 6 metres. I reckon, you look, there's a bit. Yeah, now he's flat out lying, saying I was going to throw, throw an elbow maybe. But I mean, look, it's just a bit of byplay. I don't think Jackson's intimidated. Look, there you go. Say, look, that's cool. We're cool. And it's still flat. I mean, it's a flat out mistruth. He's saying I was looking to throw, and this is how I throw. When I throw elbow first. Poof. Oh, I love it. He's saying what? Yeah, see that? It was. I'd love to do a split screen of what happened and what he said happened there, Amir. I mean, you need characters. He's all right. Anyway. Next one's drilled away. That's actually hit pretty well. And it's going to go for 4. Well, Jackson with the reply. Amir straight in there as well. Remonstrating with the bowler, saying, what are you doing? I'm in this guy's head, and now you bowled him a low full toss. To be fair, it wasn't that bad a ball. Not an easy one to put away, but he stroked it away to the cover boundary. I want to know in the chat what you thought of that little incident. What are we saying? He's not playing too much at the moment, just chilling a bit for now. Well, I hope you enjoy a little break. Yeah, it cost El Sol and in Gibraltar. Sometimes, yeah, it's so hot this time of year that we kind of bench it a bit. Edged and gone. So after the 4, Jackson's going to have to go. Matthew, well, he is probably not more than a part-timer at this level, but he gets one that nips away slightly from Action Jackson, little edge, and Siddhasanan does the rest. So frustration for Jackson, who was just up and going this time. It wasn't a full toss. It's a ball that bounces, flicks the outside edge and caught behind. So 63 for 2 in the 8th. Disappointment. And well, finally, Malta have removed the 2 openers. Oh, it's so frustrating because it just looked like he was getting going there, Jackson. And now he's just going to have to go. That's the game, isn't it? Another day maybe misses it, and no one really thinks twice about that delivery. Malta just fighting back now, removing 2 key players. Thingiswaran Kanasanu comes out at number 4. Galami, the beast, came out at number 3, but he hasn't faced a ball yet. Fania Magal probably still a little bit bothered by that blow in the shin that he took. Kept him out of the match. But, yeah, Matthew, well, how about that for a bit of a surprise change in the bowling? But it works perfectly. Kanasani, though, pretty good player. I like what he brings to the table. Hits the ball pretty hard. Low centre of gravity. It's good on the drive. Good square of the wicket as well. Final word on that talking to that Amir gets. I think sometimes you can kind of blow things out of proportion a little bit. You've got to respect your opposition, that's one thing. Yeah, but he's just kind of an expressive dude, isn't he? Amir, there he is again. I mean, he's made for TV. We've seen him blow up at times, playing for Sweet United. Add anyone around, teammates, opposition, anyone. I mean, as long as it's not out of order. It's just some people might have different opinions on that. I thought that was okay. Wasn't too bad. Oh, bit of a lucky one. Both gloves dispensed with Masudasana as he chases this. And never seen a keeper that loves to throw so much. Patanka comes in and regrets it immediately as he has to take a spicy bounce throw from Chanjal. Anyway, it's the end of the over. And the score is 64 for 2 after 8. Oh, that Amir thing though, when he throws a fake elbow and then explains to Jackson that I was actually shaping to underarm the ball in. I'd love to see that hold up in court. But I love it. Yet to see if the officials want to do anything about the carry-on when McKeon was dismissed. But again, I think with a bit of time, that'll be forgotten. It's been played in pretty good spirits all week. I mean, maybe you need to bring the naughty corner on, so Amir's got to go stand in the naughty corner for a few minutes. Just letting his emotions get out of control. But anyway, he's got the ball now, and he's going to go for a boundary here. Turned around the corner by Kanasane. Did say he's a guy who's kind of strong everywhere around the wicket. And that's what I just said, actually. Low centre of gravity, gets a bit of length to work with, and just kind of goes with the turn. Good batting. Yeah, he's got a challenge. Kanasane to come forward, I think, early in his innings. Next one, hit to cover. Matthews probably earned a second over, hasn't he? With the big wicket of Jackson. Arun Prasad pulling the right strings there. Yeah, that's a better ball. It's not going to bring him a wicket. But you can see that, I said this yesterday and the day before, if you're bowling spin here, I think, especially at this stage of the innings, you want to toss up and kind of challenge them to go over the straight boundary because they're the longest boundaries on the oval here. And that's what he does. And Kanasane gets a bit lucky that he mishits it well enough that it doesn't present an opportunity. A bit of an injury update as well. Justin Sharju looks like he's got a fractured thumb after taking that catch in the previous game. That's a big out for Malta because his bowling at the death was really good. And he was the one that was able to pick up the last run out to secure the win over France in match 2 on Monday of the Medina Cup. So yeah, all the best to Justin. Players we love to watch. So getting stumped off a ball that he played and missed out and the keeper was back isn't the worst thing to happen to Justin Sharju this week in the end, unfortunately. But yeah, Justin, hopefully we see you back playing soon. And Malta, their depth being tested a little bit. Goes down again. They go on the hit. This hits, he'll be gone. But, well, Amir stops it. To be honest, I think it was bouncing over the stumps. Amir now saying that it was shoulder height. Well, I don't agree with that either. I'll tell you what, get the polygraph on Amir. But I don't think this is hitting. You can see where he takes it. Aurora, if he hits the stumps here, he's out. And Aurora saying, hey, what are you doing? It's definitely hitting. I mean, that's also a lie. But sometimes you see truth from your own perspective only. Anyway, pretty action-packed start to this Valletta Cup. And it's the end of 9, 70 for 2. Well, I'm enjoying it so far, at least. 1 for 14, Amir of his 2 overs. Elvis Matthew, 1 for 5, brought on as a 6th bowler. Had a feeling and it worked. Worked his way into the week, hasn't he? He's the kind of guy doesn't mind tapping a few round early, getting his eye in. He's saying a few fibs going around. Oh, you know, that's not easy when it's on TV, to be honest. Trying to manufacture your alternative facts. one. Not quite where it was intended, but just a single. Interesting game in the Netherlands as well. About 7.5 overs to go at the moment. Netherlands 63 for 4, chasing 1-1-1 for victory. Could be a close one. Pitched up. Matthews enjoyed using the boot so far. Got to be careful with that kind of thing. Just ask Funyun Magal. Probably was going to be one either way. So Kroom is just asking what the difference is between the Medina Cup and the Valletta Cup. Well, basically, you had 3 teams that could play the full week here and 2 teams that could just play half the week. Kroom. Oh, this gets past the fielder, Patanka. I think it's going to run away for 4. Might have got a little fingertip on it, but not enough to stop it going all the way. Cuatro carreras. Yeah, slightly different technique from Galami. Someone like McKeon doesn't really get that back foot back and across. But again, he's more concerned with the head position, keeping still. Gets good peaks of it, gets it through the field and gets 4. Yeah, so Medina Cup was played between 3 sides, and Valletta Cup was played between 5 sides. So the 3 that have already been playing, Malta, Luxembourg and France. In addition, Romania and Switzerland. Oh, it's well bowled. Sudasan, and he likes it. Umpire says, no, I haven't heard anything. Got to say, the bowler definitely didn't hear anything either. Sudasan is basically saying, going up to Galami saying, how did you hit that? And Galami saying, I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest. Did go pretty close to the edge. Galami, his body language told me, probably missed it. I think he's passing my polygraph. That'd be a great way to do DRS in ECN cricket, maybe. 78 for 2, by the way, after 10, as we hit the halfway point of this innings. What about, because we don't really have the budget for things like the hotspot and Snicko, which are prohibitively expensive, what about if we just hook the batter up to a lie detector and ask him if he nicked it or not? I mean, that could be a cheap DRS alternative. You get him in the little room and you get some specialists out there straight away and say, look, what's your name? What day is it today? And then hit him bang. Did you nick that or not? Did you nick it? And then if the needle goes everywhere, then, then you're on your way. All right. Probably get a few sociopaths getting a game. Anyway. I'm here to continue. I've got my eyes firmly peeled on him. Well, there's a pole for the robot. Should we bring in the lie detector as a form of DRS in ECN cricket? Goes over the top, might have picked the fielder out, and he has. And it's a nice catch. Ellis Matthew out there at deep cover point. Kanisane hits it well, but it's a bit too well. And Amir does it again. And, well, he's got his dancing shoes on today. And Imran Amir, well, he sees it. He wants Matthew to catch it. He does. And, well, once again, Amir, he's getting the dance on. And you can see he was riding the pogo stick all the way to the outfield. Have a look at this. See how much of this we got. Amir turns. Again, it's not at the batter. It's just kind of, yeah, a little bit of the jiggy. Yeah, so Amir, at least he's consistent when he takes a wicket. And so Kanisane is kind of a victim of his own power there, because that carried all the way. I mean, it's the counterpoint to the one that he mishit horrendously down the ground and didn't carry to the outfield. This time, he just kind of leans in at times it too well, and Matthew does the rest. So Matthew back into the side. He's had plenty to do, although we did see him fielding a fair bit on the field earlier. There's a sub. 78 for 3, then Usman Khan comes to the crease. Hasn't he been reliable? And actually, if you're talking players of the series, I mean, Usman Khan must have been in the conversation as well. His important contributions with the ball. And, I mean, he stood up with the bat when others didn't. Let's not forget the quote-unquote dark ages of Monday. when the French batting was struggling. You get one first up to Amir. Yeah, but Amir is incandescent at the moment. He's very animated. Yeah, Kroom is saying that if you brought the polygraph, batters will spend more time training for the polygraph than the batting. I think you're exactly right. Amir getting some good turn with his offies. There's Matthew, fresh off taking the catch. Galami biding his time at the moment in the 3 spot. Can you beat the polygraph? All I know is that Seinfeld episode where George says to Jerry, if you believe the lie. It's not a lie if you believe it, that's right. Anyway, Matthew makes a bit of a meal of it. He can still recover. He doesn't realise that. Probably gives away 1 extra run, but that's better than 3. Came to him pretty quickly. That's right. It's not a lie if you believe it, that's right. Great line. What a show. It's a show that I didn't really appreciate at the time because I was a bit too young to understand most of the jokes, but in my old age, appreciate it a bit more. Now there's Matthew. Is he going to 3rd over? Maybe. Slight fumble on the pickup. Micro Afridi Ahmed. What is Matthew? 1 for 13 off 2. He's been operating pretty well. His overs have gone for 5 and 8. Interesting. Maybe you just want to keep your options open though. 83 for 3 after 11. And they've decided to give Matthew a rest. And we're going to get Funyan Magal coming back. So he's going to bowl from that city end. Speaking of the city, Valletta around here, which is the capital city of Malta. That's, of course, where the name Valletta Cup comes from. And it's a very important port. Obviously, Malta being an island, it's not a huge country, but it's huge compared to some others, like Gibraltar, I guess. But it's a lovely place. I think this is my 5th time here. Really enjoy myself every time I'm here. And I've got to say, even though it's boiling hot, I think I prefer this time of the year. Magal's back. Looks around the corner. First up by Usman Khan. I think he probably gets a 4th. Not just because I want to see what he's going to come up with next, but he just has that knack at the moment. Back into the side. 2 for 19 off his 3 overs. I also think that, you know, get away with the batters being pretty defensive to him most of the time. Probably spooked by a couple of wickets. You can see it's just a phase where they're not really going for big shots unless they're really asking for it. Pick up and throw, I think he's safely home. You're lucky because that bat plugs. If you're smart, whenever there's an artificial pitch, try and run on the pitch as often as you can, honestly. I just think that we see so many times. It's not like a natural turf pitch where there's a square and all the surrounding non-used pitches are normally super hard. So you don't get the bat kind of plugging in the softer grass like you get when there's just one artificial pitch in the middle. Khan likes the idea or two here, but it's also pretty good fielding. Micro Afridi coming in off the leg side fence pretty quick. Yeah, so that's why, I mean, I'd be running on the artificial surface. I doubt you'll ever get warnings from the umpire, to be honest. You shouldn't either. It's a safety thing partly as well, because you can do yourself a bit of an injury if your bat plugs and kind of jackknife the bat handle into your body. Magal looks a bit more comfortable when he bowls from that top end, I think. No real wind to speak of, so that's not really a factor at the moment. It's a Romania and Switzerland, I'm sure that they're either here already or in transit. The Valletta Cup is underway. Push and run this time. It's good running from Usman. He's such an intelligent cricketer. He's a guy, He's a genuine bat, really, in their lineup now. And that was one of the issues earlier in the year, or even last year in the ECC when we saw the French team. That, you know, who are the batters here? I mean, they're all kind of, they can all bat, but there's no really out and out guys. There's a demanding selection in the top 6. I mean, I suppose you got the top 2 or 3 that pick themselves, but those kind of 4, 5, 6 spots. And Katasane stepped up. He's nailed down the 4. They like Usman at 5 on the back of some good performances. But he's still got plenty of time to work with. Again, France, they're the kind of team they feel they've got the bowling to defend a moderate score. This hit from Galami. Siddhasana, this could be a rare one that he doesn't overarm aggressively. He just throws it back. End of the over. Galami retains the strike. He's 11. Usman Khan 7, and it's 89 for 3. Yeah, so I mean, 140 is the par this week. I still think it'll go up, to be honest. But if 140 is the par this week, at the moment that's about the pace they're on. And I think France feel pretty good defending 140. Bearing in mind, these two teams met earlier in the week, and Malta weren't able to make that many against the French attack. Again, though, you've got Zishan Khan. He was looking pretty good on Monday, made a couple of 20s, didn't make more. If he does, then maybe that 140 is not enough. Also, some of the other Maltese batters firing in his absence this morning. Rucker Afridi, Ahmed gets a second over here. Playing up their sleeve here, Malta. Now, there's Matthews, couple of overs have given them immense flexibility here. Miguel. Decent over from the top end. Takur's into the side for Malta, but he's probably more of a batter than a bowler. A little bit short. Wisely, Usman Khan turns around. Don't get the single. A bit of fun fact for you. Wakar Afridi Ahmed. He is the cousin of Riaz Afridi from the Czech Republic. Very good pace bowler in his own right. So I'm sure Riaz is watching at the moment. Hello, Riaz. Hopefully you're well. Sending you my best. Driven. Oh, this could be trouble if you can get up in time. Aurora does well to stop it. But if he'd come up with the ball, then I think he would have had a chance to execute a run out here, because the batters went on contact assuming it was going to get past him. And it's just the fact it gets away slightly allows the batters time to scamper through for the single. Have to break this partnership, Malta. Not yet. Solid kind of drive from Usman. He does like to hit a lot of balls in that spot. He's not a guy you really associate kind of getting across and punching the ball down the ground. He kind of likes to stay leg side of the ball, even kind of skips away a little bit, just a little bit. And that's how he's able to punch the ball through point more often than your average batter. Oh, this time they go. Again, direct hit might have been interesting. Well, this is interesting because the bat's fallen short of the line. And Siddhasana is flicked back onto the stance. But let's have a look because, yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about a moment ago. The bat plugs. And does it plug short of the line? But the foot's down. See, the foot's down there. And he's so lucky that foot's down. Because if that foot was just short of the line, then he would have been out. Still a bit of an open debate about if the ball hits the stumps or if it was the gloves. But yeah, they look at the bat and they say, hey, the bat's short. Is he sure he's in? But I got it spot on. Zishan, well protected from the sun, as you can see. He had the honour of presenting Gopal Thakur with his Maltese international cap. Which was a nice moment that I caught some of on the way over here before the game. Last ball of the over from Wakar Afridi Ahmed. Oh, in the air. This is absolutely nailed by Galani. The beast has woken up and it smashes off the sight screen. Maximo! Well, that is one of the shots of the tournament off a guy that's been dominating with the ball, but that was straight, it was long, and it clattered into the tower. What a shot. And it's also the end of the over. It's 99 for 3, and that is what Galami can do. And what a blow that was. Had the placement, had the power. Hello to Street Collar. He said he's just off from work on Luxembourg. They did get their first win today. They weren't quite as successful against France in their second match. That was the end of the Medina Cup. Now we're into the Valletta Cup, Street. Luxembourg. Obviously we'll play 4 matches plus at least one final on Sunday. Luxembourg's schedule. They play first up tomorrow against Malta. First up on Friday against Switzerland. First and last on Saturday against Romania and France, respectively. And then, yeah, all 5 teams will take part on finals day. Slight delay here. They get the field set for Magal. This man, he does what he does best. Gets through that point region. It's running away. Probably will be pulled back just in time. Notice Matthew seems everywhere at the moment. They'll jog it to. Brings up 100 as well for France in the 14th over. Hanging full toss, but he's a bit lucky he doesn't hit that straight down the throat of the fielder out there, Waka Afridi. Yeah, step out of his crease, probably okay. Galami prods into the offside. There's Patanka. He'll be keen to make an impression with the bat. That's being left out of the side for the first 4 matches this week. He's not the only one, I'm sure. Next one off the pad, will scramble through for a leg bite. To the offside. Lami's turned around. And now they're going to get an overthrow. I've got to say, this was pretty close. Yeah. Direct hit. He's turned around. I've got a feeling this could be really tight. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's have a look on the replay. You know what? He bat bounces, but it bounces back down just in time. So he's just in. Yeah, you know what? I mean, umpire probably doesn't get a look at the bat bounce either. But, yeah, he's just in, and I mean just. This is probably the difference between having the technology and not. I mean, I think even if the bat came back down again just before, or if it wasn't quite back down again, it still would have been given not out. As the umpire is making the call in the field here in this T20 National. Anyway, End of the 14th over, the score 104 for 3. There's a lot of cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. Looking forward to it immensely. Usman and Gulami trying to put together a bit of a partnership here. So here they go for here. Now back to Waka Afridi Ahmed. Makes sense. He's having a pretty good week. Over number 15 about to commence. Wow, what a shot. That could go all the way and it will easily. Usman Khan, well, he pushes his first serve into the tennis court, and what a shot that is. And you know he's strong in that area. And this is partly the pace of Waka Afridi coming to him. But then secondly, yeah, just the pure timing from Usman Khan. What a shot. And it'll take some finding. You might have to go interrupt the game of mixed doubles to go get that one back. What a shot. In France, making the most of this. Malta are going to have a big chase on their hands, but it's matters that could give it a shake. So, Mia start in amongst the middle of the action again. I'm pretty quick to point it out to everybody. He will pass the lie detector. It's a bit naughty though, I suppose, if you I said he'll just say he's helping. But for me, I can tell it was off pad straight away. Flicks the back pad. I'm always nervous if there's a noise. I think everybody knew that was off the pad, but it didn't stop them asking the question. Down to Aurora, toss. What are we looking at here? Okay, around about 150 pace. That'd be a pretty good score to defend. Still think 160 is par, but we saw, based on what we saw Monday, these two teams weren't really going at that kind of pace most of the time. Lost some top order batters early though. Aurora picks it up in the non-preferred hand, has to switch it, can't get the throw off. Khan's actually come out and overtaken Gulami now. Up in the air, Zishan should handle this, he does. Hurls it in. Expects an overthrow with his backup fielder. And so, get a single. Gulami, I think he might have... I think the batters might have run into each other then. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. I was wondering what the issue was. Let's have a look. They're both ball watching. And, yeah, Gulami, does he want to see if it goes for 4? When he gives him the old jab, bit of friendly fire there. Lucky Usman, he's built like the old outdoor facilities in Australia, as we'd say. He takes it no problem at all. Now he drills the ball out to the tank. And it'll be a single. And Usman Khan will retain the strike. 15 overs down, France 113 for 3. Yeah, so Louis enjoying the 6 down the ground path. That's enjoying the uppercut 6 into the tennis court. I don't think Afridi Ahmed enjoyed either because they were both off his bowling. But still, looking at these figures, mere 2 for 19. Still no up his sleeve. I'm surprised they didn't bowl him out, but keeping the options open, I suppose. Randy McGarle's been bowled out, none for 29. And so, 5 overs to go. Take your pick. Michael Afridi, 3 overs for 29. I mean, normally you'd say he'd be a lock to get a 4th, but maybe not straight away. Maybe if other guys bowl out of their skin, then you give it to them. Abbas is coming back. You'd imagine he'd bowl a couple. He has 2 overs, 1 made, and none for 12. The block hole, got bowled by Abbas. All those 12 runs came in 1 over. Second over he bowled, first one was a maiden. Going down to the wire in the Netherlands. It seemed to be in good shape early on, but Scotland fought back to make 110, and now Netherlands, they need 16 off the last over. They only have 2 wickets in hand. Kalami swings himself off his feet here. Slater's had a good game for Scotland as well. He's only conceded 7 off 3 overs. Kalami, feel like he wants to go up again now. Run a ball 20. Wants to go quicker. That was pretty well bowled from Abbas. Low full toss, driven away for 1. Altered. Early they were a little bit loose, I've got to say, with the ball, but they've tightened things up pretty well after the power play. Hello to Zainab Gulami in the chat saying best of luck to Gulami. 3 love hearts. Well, he's doing you proud out there at the moment for France. Driven and caught. Really nice catch. Aurora has been in the thick of the action a few times in the infield. Usman Khan doesn't really keep that one down, tries to get around the cover, but Aurora to his preferred side took a good catch. Goalkeeper style to his left, 2 hands to it, and the partnership is broken. Usman, as he likes to do, backs away, gives himself a bit of room, opens himself up on the drive, but he's going to have to go for 22. It's 115 for 4. And it breaks a partnership of 44. Actually, it wasn't quite that many. It was 37 for the 4th wicket. Not a bad effort, though, from Usman. You can see with these 2 teams, they seem to save their best for each other, to be honest. Noman Amjad, the captain, comes out at number 6. See what his approach is. He does a pretty good hitter in his own right. We saw him opening the batting in the ECIs early in the year. Amjad gets the ball early on. Just gets one there. This is it out to Zishan. Hurls it in, makes him earn the single. Creates a few issues for the 3 or 4 fielders trying to stop this ball. Into the over as well. So France trying to ramp things up. 117 for 4 after 6. How about this? 75 days until the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. And 31 nations will be involved. And both these will be there. Didn't they have an interesting time in their group last time? France didn't win a game but beat Malta twice. And then France forced a golden ball against Belgium that saw them through to the final 4 and knocked Malta out. I said the beer sales went up 16% at the Sunset Beach Club because Malta were watching that game. And Malta, I mean, France had to at least had to beat Belgium, who were table toppers, or just lose to them. And I mean, just lose to them. And in the end, they lost on a golden ball. It doesn't get any closer than that. But 75 days to go. It's less than 11 weeks away. For more information, go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, the home of European cricket. The Netherlands game just over, so hello to some of the viewers that might have just come in from there. All right, this is in the air. Now someone should catch this. It's the fielder who goes for it, not the keeper, and Fanya Magal takes the catch. So Galami gets a bit of a leading edge. Top edge flies up in the air. Yeah, just maybe straightened on him a little bit, misjudged the line of it. And I thought for a second it's the keeper's catch, but it was kind of looping over Chanjal Sudasan, and Fanya Magal does well to his left. So Malta fighting back at the death here. That is a 6th wicket now. I mean, it's 5 down, and it's 117 for 5. Hello to Umar Ahmed as well. Great to see you with us as usual. Hello, Ruffy. France is kind of running out of gas a little bit, aren't they? I think partly to do with the fact that Malta have got the bowling a bit more right. I mean, to be honest, we saw plenty of boundaries in the first half of the innings. They were 75 at halfway. But since then, we've seen 2 6s and a 4. And look, they were great, those 2 6s. But we're talking in 6 overs to only get 3 boundaries. Apart from that, it's kind of been chugging along. It's played back. Now there's Matthew, comes back on, and he's had the golden arm a little bit, hasn't he? 2 wickets now. Say, hey, guys, I've been here all along. And sinks it past the outside edge. Jamakel, the new batter, Ibrahim Jamakel, for his off spin, mostly in this side. Gets an opportunity with the bat. Hello to Josh Sayers, welcome. If we get 2 here if you run hard. Prasad has to come a long way, and Jamakel does the right thing, and excellent alertness from the new batter there. Sometimes hitting the ball badly has its dividends. Matthew looks nonplussed. Now, he's going to have another wicket. So, Elvis Matthew has got a cheeky little 3-for in international cricket, and he's loving life right now. Yeah, Eldos. I suppose it didn't do much, to be honest. Just taken slightly away from the ball, and another one goes down. So this time, it's Jamakel that's going to have to go. Notice Matthew. I think this is the first time he's had a bowl, to be honest, in international cricket. Though we have seen him bowling a bit for the Knights here in Malta. There's 18 wickets in T10 cricket. But yeah, right now, he's saying, hey guys, look, red shirt, no problem. Get me out there. He's got 3 wickets, 119 for 6, and France falling away a little bit again. Rahman saying Romania's on the way. Yeah, well, that's great to hear. Looking forward to seeing them tomorrow. Double header. Hope you're ready for some heat. Having said that, I mean, Romania, I was there only a couple of weeks ago, to be honest, and it was pretty hot there as well. Had a great time there in Bucharest. Short time, but a good time. Matthew. 29 this year. Shane Warnacool out, the new batter, comes out at number 8. Blocked back. So end of the over, it's 119 for 6. Yeah, Romania on their way. So are Switzerland. They're the 4th and 5th teams to get involved. And, well, I'm sure that Amir's enjoying looking at that, because Romania, they did win last year on the back of some great performances, particularly by Charanjit Singh. They were able to overhaul the host Malta in the final. And you can see that Valletta Cup, 4 teams in 2020, 2021 and 2019, going back even further, but 6 last year, 5 this year. So I mean, it kind of depends on availability. You know, it's a pretty packed calendar, we know that. But yeah, great to see some teams turning out. Some of them for the first time in the Valletta Cup. It's up-ish, and there's a pretty short point there. Going to take on the 2. Not a great throw though. Ground takes a bit of sting out of it. This time, don't think you get 1. He's picked out the fielder. Yeah, so Josh, watching from the USA, nice to see you with us. I know that Major League Cricket's not too far away. Got a few friends playing in that. That should be super interesting. And the one thing, probably negative about cricket in North America, or the Americas in general, the time zone isn't too friendly for a lot of the kind of traditional cricket playing audience or cricket watching audience. But I mean, got to play it when you can play it, and you know, put a lot of resources into that. I've got quite a few guys I know playing in that tournament. Pushing for 2 here. Zishan's herring in. You have to hit him. That's actually really good running. Zishan, he wasn't slow off the mark there. He saw straight away what was going on, that they're trying to pinch 2. And let's have a look at this throw. I mean, he would have been in it anyway. I mean, that just shows you, even with a perfect pick up and throw from Zishan, still 2 there. That's why some people that are an advocate for still having 1 player in the circle on the leg side. You don't often see it though in modern fields. I feel like there's a bit of bat in this. I think we'll get a run mate for the umpire. He says no signal. That's 1 off the bat. If not, though, it would have been a pretty good shout. Very good shout, actually. Shyam, he's also a bit of a human highlight reel. Amjad on strike right now. Past the bowler. They're going to go for 2 here as well, and I think they're going to get it. Zishan has painted a kick method, and I think that took the foot in a very good position. Good fielder, but he just kind of has these lapses where he doesn't get in the position to use his hands, and then he's forced to go to the feet. And he even had a fielder covering him here, so you see outside of the foot, that stinks. Last ball of the 18th over. That's going to be a wide, surely. Yeah, it's just a bit too short from Wazim Abbas. He's got one more to go on his spell. Yeah, it's an easy call for the umpire. Judge saying 8. How about that? He said, yeah, that's a wide. Fair enough. Siddharth saying nice to see ECN growing daily. Yeah, we are. I mean, I'd probably say cap it at 3 events at once, if I'm honest, but that's just my personal feeling. Anyway, this is going to be 4 slower ball. And that's the kind of EFA slower ball where it's just like a ball, but slower. Where he kind of slows his arm down. And to be honest, it can be effective if he gets in the right spot, but it was too short and too wide, and Amjad catches in. So Abbas effectively gives away 5 off his last delivery. 132 for 6 off 18. Should be an interesting chase, hey, because Rahmatullah Mangal back in the side for France. Malta have some guns in there as well. Of course, Zishan, century this week. Probably due to fire again. Amir back in the side, though I don't see him batting in the top 6. The guys that are due, like Aurora. Veron Prasad, a bit of a wild card. Like Afridi, I mean, what can he do with the bat? Maybe Eldos Matthew, maybe some of his bowling form can translate into some runs. So, yeah, Malta, bat all the way down. Eldos Matthews in at 4th over now. Saying, okay, 3 for 15. You're doing pretty well. Keep going. It all happens in the 19th. France, 6 down. Warnakul Saria faces up. I like the idea of 2 here. Oh, they're going to get it. Matthew. I don't think he's out there. It's brilliant running. Brilliant, brilliant running. Warnakul Saria has completely wiped himself out. Hopefully it's not too serious. But it was an awkward looking dive, if I'm completely honest, and he might have just kind of done some damage to that left shoulder. It was a pretty well executed dive. Oh, I tell you what's happened here. You know what's happened is that, look at that left arm. Look at that left arm. Instead of sliding, the idea is that the both arms slide out Superman style, he gets caught under his whole body and his whole body weight goes over it. So yeah, when I said it was an ungainly dive, that's what I was spotting. The idea, I mean, McKeon's a pretty good diver. I actually play a lot of indoor cricket, which is something that'll work on your diving. You'll get a lot of practice. The idea is you kind of, it's called the Superman dive for a reason, because think about how Superman flies. So both arms out in front, one with the bat, and that's the idea anyway. But when it goes wrong, you can see that his left hand kind of plugged, and then his shoulder's caught under all his body weight, see? So he goes for the Superman there, but look, ends up on his elbow and his shoulder. The good news is I think he's going to continue, and he's such an important bowler as well. All right, 10 points for effort. I'm going to give it 4 points for technique, but I'll give it 8 points for outcome, which is that he's still going to stay in the game. So yeah, I mean, diving is something, and you get better at it by practicing. We used to practice with gym mats quite a lot. We got pretty good at it. We did a few tests. We found out you can probably get an extra meter by diving. So think of all the times that you run out by a meter or less. Anyway, guess what? Got some bad news. And I've just found out that's 1 short. So it's only 1. For all of that, it was only 1. Oh boy, and he almost popped his shoulder out. Oh, that hurts. Anyway, that was a bit of a surprise. So, anyway, I suppose at least he's not out. Gets to keep batting. Tend to come then. Slow ball on the tram line. Strokes it out for 1. Matthew's been really good here, hasn't he? I mean, he gives you a lot of flexibility. I mean, he's in kind of more as a batter than a bowler, but if he can give you some good overs, And, you know, it's so funny. Sometimes having a game with the ball, I wonder if they're willing to punt it in maybe at number 3 again. Just on the back of his bowling form. It's a funny thing. And sometimes confidence is infectious and it can translate to other forms of the game, other facets. Steps across, gets under it, but he gets a fair piece of it as well, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! What a shot by Amjad. Oh, Matthew. We couldn't believe that went all the way, but yeah, to be honest, Amjad gets across. It wasn't the worst delivery, to be honest, but Amjad made a real definite move. He went early. That's one of the longest boundaries on the field. And he still cleared it. Probably helped there's no fielder in the way. Oh no, that's a big no ball. And I just think Amjad will be annoyed doesn't get some bat on this, because if he does and gets it around, his fielder's in the circle, then he could have got a boundary. He's going to get a free hit regardless. I suppose it's the last thing you're expecting. Yeah, they should get 2 here, even though it's Prasas left. He's got a lot to do, and he concedes the 2. Says, yeah, that's definitely a 2. So Sid, hopefully you're going well. Yeah, I was keeping my eye on the Netherlands game. Yeah, Scotland. Bit of a shaky start, but got there in the end. He said it's sad to see me doing cricket commentary alone, but I'm rocking. Thank you, Sid. That's very nice of you. What about thinking about giving a chance to do commentary for viewers? Well, let me tell you something, Sid. If you're in an air-conditioned room right now watching this, don't make checks you can't cash. Just stay where you are, because it's cooled down a little bit, but it's still pretty warm. End of the 19th over then. And Matthew, well, he does a pretty good job, all things considered. 3 for 27. His first bowl in a Maltese shirt. It's 144 for 6 after 19. Yeah, so I'm happy to do it. Don't get me wrong. I love what I do. Obviously, it's nice for me also to do a few T20s, which obviously I don't get to do very often. Done it a few times before, but it gives me an opportunity to see a slightly different form of the game. Obviously, I've played a fair bit of T20 cricket. It was probably coming in during my career, so I played a few years of T20 cricket, I suppose, and really enjoyed it. I've got to say, really enjoyed it. Loved the action. Kind of suited my game with the bat as well. You know, like to run hard, a bit like this, big fields. You know, running was super important. Conditioning was super important. th over coming up. Pad, but no down the leg side. All right, doesn't quite get this, but I think he'll get away with it. Yeah, you're definitely going to get 2. Yeah, and Josh talking about the running being excellent. It has been really good, hasn't it? It's such a big difference turning 1s into 2s. I mean, if you can do that, say you can do it 3 times and over in the last 10 overs, and you can grab an extra 30 runs, and that could be huge. Tell you what, though, these guys are blowing. I mean, this heat, to be pushing so hard, it's like you're in your own personal beat test. 4 to come then. Free to getting the last over. Ah, there's the little touch shot. Doesn't go too far though. He'll just go for a single, so he doesn't get the contact he wanted. And to be honest, Sudasanan was waiting for a little opportunity. Saw him take a catch the other day. And see the way he steps to his left, he's expecting it. Then I love that he throws his gloves off. Like, what if it was a catch? You know, don't be too quick to throw him off. Change up. All right, now they'll probably go 2 regardless here and put some pressure on the throw. They will. Good throw has him gone, and it's messed up by Waka Afridi. That's why you take it on. And now the problem here, we've got another issue where I think this has hit him on the end of the finger, and in his haste to get the ball back to the stumps, he's misjudged it. And The only good thing is it's on his left hand, I think, but I reckon he might have popped it out here. We already saw them lose Sharju earlier today with a fractured thumb. Let's have a look. Yeah, you see, it's his left hand. I mean, that's the only good thing, but I mean, they need him to bat as well, and if he's got a busted finger, that's no good. Yeah, you see, I'm going to go, if I had to guess, I'm going to say ring finger left hand or maybe little finger left hand. Hopefully Wakar's all right. I feel like it's ring. Ouch, and he goes straight to it. And yeah, he just grabs that a little bit. Yeah, actually, that kind of is the incriminating shot right there. And if that's ever happened to you, you'll know it hurts, basically, number one. But what it does, it affects your top knuckle and basically can give you what's called a mallet. Mine, I've got one finger permanently that way, actually. But, you know, a Freedy credit to him. He says, it's a non-bowling hand. It hurts. Doesn't look great, but I'm just going to continue. I need my team. Well, my team needs me to deliver these last 2 balls. 150 up for France. Keanu asking me, being T20 internationals, do I feel any more pressure as a commentator, or is it just another day? Well, for me, it really doesn't faze me what kind of cricket I'm doing. All right, in the air, and this should be a fairly simple catch. It's dropped well. Can you believe it now? They're going to go for 2, and they might as well. Should be a run out, but I mean, that's all about getting Amjad back on strike. And I think Watercool 3 knows if they'd run straight away. If they run straight away, they would have got 2 easily here, but really, to be honest, you don't see this getting dropped at international level. You don't expect it. Then he has to crawl, Wazim Abbas, who's dropped 3 today now, and say, look, this time he uses his one good hand, Waka Afridi, to take the throw. But, yeah, I mean, Watercool 3 pretty much gives it up, saying, look, this is more about trying to get my captain back on strike. So 1 and run out. That's pretty annoyed anyway. They didn't do better with the ball. But Watercool 3, he's brave, isn't he? He contributes 8 to the total, 151 for 7, 19.5. So, yeah, Keanu, no, I don't. I suppose after 2,500 games, I'm pretty comfortable doing what I'm doing. Anyway, Mungal gets the last ball. He gets to watch it at least. And now we'll probably see a 2. We do see a 2 from Tullamungal. Get some action at least. And that will do it. So Amjad will finish on 24. And France, 153 for 7. And so it'll be a pretty interesting chase, 154. And so, yeah, look, here Malta, we've already seen a chase bigger than this against Malta, actually. But yeah, they need their batters to fire, don't they? And particularly guys up the top. In France, we know that they pack a punch with the bowling. And so we'll have the highlights, then we'll have a bit of a break. But first, let's have a look back. And well, it seems a long time ago, but it was McKeon and Action Jackson as advertised for France coming out there, opening the batting. And yeah, Jackson looks really keen to get some runs, but has to eat a maiden first up. McKeon, he ends up with another good contribution. Ends up in the 40s again, backing up from his 82 earlier on in the previous game. I've got to say, Malta didn't quite get it right early either. McKeon played a couple down the ground they didn't quite get. Really, you know, I think when it came down to it, Malta, they needed to turn things around, and essentially they were able to do that. But you know, we saw a few little surprise packets. We saw Aldous Matthew with the ball. Before that, though, I mean, it was the Amir show, wasn't it? And it all started here. It was a catch to Prasath. Amir was then kind of like dancing around, and he's saying, yeah, see, I know you thought I said I was going to elbow you. I was actually just underarming the ball in. And, well, to be honest, if he was Pinocchio, his nose would have grown a foot in that phase of the game. But anyway, it was exciting to watch, and to be honest, he bowled pretty well. But yeah, Matthew, he was a surprise option as the 6th bowler. Came on and nicked off Action Jackson. And he wasn't done yet. Gulami, though, I mean, another solid contribution from him. More or less a run of ball 22. And, yeah, Amir, he said, but wait, there's more. This one was elevated, and it was Eldo's Matthew that took the catch. And, yeah, Amir again. Okay, pulling out the big moves. Matthew certainly had his hands full out there. One of the shorter boundaries, so the ball's just on you quickly. Didn't see many boundaries through the second half, but I tell you what, the ones they did get were good. That one smashed the sight screen. That was super close, but umpire correctly judging it just in. This is the other one. Usman Khan cuts one into the tennis courts. Mazim then got him late in the piece. Aurora, nice catch, diving to his left. Usman frustrated that he couldn't do more for his team. And then there was more from Matthew as Gulami. He's got a bit of a leading edge behind him. This was a scary moment for Wanakola, and hopefully he bowls without incident because he basically rolled over his left shoulder. And Amjad. And just when you thought you couldn't have catch that easy drop, you could. Afridi hurt his finger, uses his good hand to run out Wanakola, and then Amjad with 2 off the last ball. And so, looking at the scorecard, McKeon ends up top scoring 44. Pair of 22s there for Gulami and Usman Khan. But Amjad was really important towards the end. The captain leading the way. 24 off 13. And he only hit 1 4 and 1 6. So he had to run 14 of those. And they were running really hard. I thought he ran really well with Wanakola, who had a bit more of an impact than his 8 off 8 shows. I think that he had a clean pair of heels and was legging it out in hot conditions. 153 for 7, the final. Pretty disciplined bowling by Malta. They kind of got their act together after a bit of a loose start. Just 2 wides and a no ball in there. So a pretty good performance, not to give away more extras than that. As far as the ball went, well, I've got to say, Matthew was the star of the show. 3 for 27 off his 4 overs. But as I say, Amir bowled really well. Didn't get a 4th in the end, but finished 2 for 19 with his off spin. The other wicket went to Abbas, who bowled a maiden, but wasn't quite able to recapture the magic in his other overs. McGall came back, but he wasn't quite himself. He took none for 29 off his allotment. And Afridi, a rare off game for him, as he went none for 37 off his 4, bowling throughout the innings. So we'll take a break, and yeah, we'll be back in around about 12 minutes to take you through the final innings of the day here. Such a packed schedule of cricket in Malta, and there's still more to come. First match of the Valletta Cup. Halfway through it, the hosts need 154 for victory. Vinny sound to him, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you after the break for more Valletta Cup T20 International.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
The three nations we've already seen this week, Malta, France and Luxembourg, Romania and Switzerland will be part of the action as well. It's great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. As we get ready, get set and go at this target. Malta needing 154 to win. And yeah, I think it's more or less a parish kind of target. Here's Magal, who's going to open up with Zishan. More about that in a second, but here we go. It's Amjad opening up, and he starts by getting cut down to third man, and they'll know that's an area they might be able to get Zishan. Nicked off a couple of times, can't help himself. It's a compulsive cutter, really. And if it's uncontrolled, may have the opportunity to get him in that area. Magal, though, he's a hitter, played a bit of second fiddle, to be honest, when we last saw him opening with Zishan, but gets another opportunity back in the side after that lower leg injury kept him out for a game. Hit away to point. It's Mr. Universe. No one Amanzai does the fielding. Well, on the hook, Magal goes large and he gets it. It's going to be 4. But, takes on Amjad, and that's what Magal's there to do. He's there to make things happen. And yeah, just pitches inside. I mean, if it was straight at the man, there's probably a chance. But it was just far enough in front. Oh, that one's no doubt about it. Watch that ball sail. That's on the roof. Maximo. So that is a bit more comprehensive. That is a really, really big hit from Fanyan Magal. So, yeah, that's absolutely smashed. So it's gone 1.46 so far. I think they might have just credited an extra run. Zishan probably doesn't need the extra runs, but he's getting them at the moment. That's definitely Magal. There we go. And he'll get fixed up shortly. He's gone bang and extra bang. And what a great start. It's just what they want from Magal at this stage. Yeah, Josh Sayers in the chat saying, Chase should be a fun watch. Yeah, I agree. Oh, geez, now he just gets carried away with his own success. He will be. Magal decides bit like a half-price rug sale. Everything's got to go. And yeah, Zishan saying, hey, look, buddy, you're doing well. Just, you don't need to go looking for trouble. It'll find you. I still think that score should be 11. Probably see it fixed up shortly. All right, trouble with a capital T. It's Jackson, has to turn around, turns around twice and drops it. Oh, he had 2 or 3 goes at that last moment, just over-rotated. And so he's going to have to go back to his position without the wicket. So yeah, it kind of goes up. And Jackson had at the end of his gloves, popped up again, had one more go with the arm that he wasn't pinned under him. And down it goes. It'll be the end of the over as well. Yeah, look at this again. So yeah, he's there in his left glove, pops out, watches it, and then knocks it up one more time with the right glove, and then see the right glove's gone now. So he has to go left. Almost. And the problem is his right hand would be in a perfect position to take that on like the 4th attempt. The problem is he's lying on it. So it's the end of the over. So yeah, I make that. I didn't even see how many they ran there. I think they ran 1. So I think I make that 12 without loss after 1. Plenty of cricket happening around the ECN universe over the next few weeks. And it's been a really exciting tournament going on as well. Oh, wow. That is absolutely tattooed, and that's 6. And if there was such a thing as an 8, that would be it. Because McGahl targets the short boundary. This is what he does in ECS cricket. He likes that shot. He'll back himself to play it. Doesn't always work, but when it does, it goes miles. Maximal. That's not the roof side, but I hesitate to say. And if that was from the other end, that's probably another roofie. Yeah, so speaking of the cricket going round, I mean, obviously we're into the Valletta Cup, Nina Cup's history already. You might notice at the bottom there, ECN Continental Cup, T20 International Women's Tournament, 3 days, and that's actually in Romania. I'll try and let you know who's going to be involved in that one, but yeah, I think that'll be a really exciting tournament. Got Isle of Man, Greece, Malta, Romania taking part in that. Wow, that one really takes off. There's a certain area around the crease. Just have a look with this. It's actually a bit short of the crease, to be honest. And Action Jackson has to take off. Now, Watercooler Surya, he's a guy, just speaking to him, I was asking him, how do you get this extra bounce? Is it across seam? And he said, yeah, I'll bowl across the seam sometimes. See it take off. That might have been one of those. Philip McGahl, he's there for one reason and one reason only. He's going super hard in this power play. Zishan, I don't know what he's saying in this conference. He might be saying, keep going or settle down. Probably the latter. Yeah, so that's going to be great. 8 matches, T20 International Women's matches over 3 days at the Moravlasia ground in Romania in early August. I miss hit, but that's fine because there's nobody out here. I should get to McGahl. Running okay, considering that he took a ball in the shin earlier in the series, or earlier in the week. And good to know. And he seems to be running without too much of an incident. Just a little bit of movement or a little bit of chat there. Josh Sayers, good to see you with us. And yeah, it could be a really close match. It's hard to say. These two had 2 really close ones on Monday, though. We'll say that. And now he's chopped on. So the one time he's extra careful, he just chops it down onto the leg stump, and Watercooler Surya gets his man in the end. And he gets the ball that comes back with the flat side after it ended up in the archery range, but then Watercooler Surya, he's a good player, mate. Nips back a little bit, playing away from his body, inside edge. And bang. Over goes the castle. Yep, bottom of leg stump. And so McGull, to be honest, it's the kind of innings they'll take out of him because, you know, he gets a quick fire 19 off 10. He gets basically 20 off the target as he departs 20 for 1. Exciting time in the number 3 spot. We've seen him a fair bit on the field as a sub-fielder. But in the 5th match of the week, he gets his opportunity. He's batting 3. He's got 1 to deal with in this over. Zishan's only faced the 1 ball so far. It was the first ball of the match. First ball innings, I should say. Kicks out the first one. Dash Patanka. He's just struggled a little bit in the T10 format where he probably doesn't have too much time to set himself. He negotiates the first one without incident, and it's 20 for 1 after 2. So yeah, kind of little targets here. 15 per 2 overs. That's kind of the pace. 15 per 2 overs. They get 20 off the first 2. Yeah, tracking okay. So, I want to say a quick hello to everyone still in the chat. Yeah, Josh, loving your contributions, and Kiana's there as well. Who are you picking in this one? I think it really depends on a bit of the Z factor, not the X factor, but the Z factor. A lot of you are saying that they're switching between the channels on ECN today, just depending on, you know, when there's a break, they'll go to another game, We'll say this is probably the one I'd be on at the moment. Having said that, probably will run past the end of Hungary. So we were the first ones to start, we were the last ones, we're the last ones to finish. But that's okay. Probably helps us a little bit cooler now, although it still says it's 29 degrees. Ramatula Mungal back in the side. Oh, Zishan goes at him straight away. And Ramatula missed the last 2 games with a slight groin strain. It's just minor, he said, but you know, being a bit selective how they use him. Obviously wanting to make a good impression. I'll tell you what, that was a bit of a loose stroke from Zishan Khan. Great contest, this one. Ramatula Mungal taking on Zishan Khan. 2 high-quality European cricketers. Bit of extra bounce. To be honest, I just noticed in his action there, I don't think he really got through the cricket as he would have liked, just when he landed on his front foot. Yeah, you see, just kind of, he didn't get that full kind of power, and maybe it worked in his favour. But you can even say the way he's walking there, he's favouring one side of his body a little bit. Hopefully it's not too serious. Just spot these little things sometimes. Oh, this time a little bit of an edge. It's 3rd man down there. It's Action Jackson. Well, maybe Yost Mees might have caught this. Yeah, I mean, that literally, it's a reach thing. He does everything right there. Has a good dive at it, full extension. Right off the end of the bat, really, from Zishan Khan, but he survives. Okay, the tank's going to have to deal with a fair bit of stuff coming his way in this power play from this talented French pace bowling battery. Oh, he does well though. Pushes away and hits it pretty well. He gets his first run of the series. Not going to be easy at all. 154. It's kind of halfway between last year's par and this year's par, isn't it? So it's like a super par. I will say that France have an above par attack. He's a little bit wide. You see he's almost himself, but not quite himself, Ramatula Mungal. It's a big effort. I mean, these guys, they want to get out there, they want to play. I can just kind of see that there's a little bit of hesitation in his front foot landing. Still, he's doing a pretty good job, isn't he? But yeah, hopefully he can bowl uninhibited very shortly. This time the uppercut's on again. McKeon's got some work to do, and he gets a piece of it, but it's not going to be enough to keep it in the field of play. He'll be annoyed with that, Gus, because he's a very good fielder with good lateral range. Once again, they kind of use the pace of Mungal against him. Gets a finger on it, Gus McKeon, and he can't deflect it enough to keep the ball alive. 4 runs. Hello to Keith. Nice to see you with us. Saying go Malta. Well, it could be a close one. Here, Gus, player of the series in the Medina Cup. Congratulations to him. First ever Medina Cup. And now we're into the Valletta Cup, which I suppose the fact that it's a 5-team tournament and it carries a bit more weight. Having to beat 4 challengers. Remember the pace I said? Kind of want to go 15 per 2 overs. They're going to be 30 after 4. So I mean, they're going ahead of where they need to be at the moment. Yeah, a bit of a loose shot, to be honest. Zishan. Wow. Not a serious appeal here. I mean, Zishan, I think, goes back. Let's have a look. I think I saw one of these the other day. I think it's a different circumstance. Goes back in his crease. He's annoyed. And to be honest, it's a little bit foolish. I mean, it probably doesn't help that Jackson misses, to be honest. But yeah, Zishan probably was a little bit careless there. In my opinion, in fact, he went back and the ball's dead. And there was some delay. I think, for me, that meant that's a dead ball. 3 overs down, 27 for 1. Yeah, because when does Jackson throw? See, for me, he holds up. You see the fact that he waits. That's what makes that different from the Carey Bairstow dismissal. The fact that he kind of acts like, okay, it's over, but he's kind of curious, kind of live ball curious. That's why, for me, even if it hit, that wasn't going to be out. He gets a long way across here. Patanka. Get a leg by here. He's got to be careful getting too far across the Wanakula Surya. He's probably just missing leg stump, just. Not missing by much at all. Might have been a controversial one. Might have seen the benches cleared if that had been given out against Ishan Khan, the playmaker from Malta. But yeah, I mean, Ishan probably needs to be a little bit smarter there. Don't give yourself an opportunity to be run out in that way. And if that was given out, it would have been run out, not stumped, because although he wasn't attempting a run, as soon as another fielder is involved, it becomes a run out, not a stumping. And I'm just glad it didn't happen, to be honest. That would have been a bit of hashtag awkward. Yeah, this is the 3 match, as I've been calling it. These two split their matches on Monday in the Medina Cup. Single-digit margins. Another ball that beats the bat, clunks off the pad. Oh, absolutely whistled in. Patanka's big target. And I know he jumps here. I hope he probably sees that the ball's not going to hit. He's in anyway. Sometimes if the ball's being thrown at your head, you've got a fairly good idea that it's not going to hit the stumps. But still. Oh, driven really well on the up by Patanka. He's up and going. Tank's firing. That one smashes into the wall. Cuatro carreras. What a shot. He's a good player, Darsha Patanka. We haven't seen the best of him in 2023, but we've seen him in the past doing some really good things for American University of Malta, his club here. And they're one of the most improved clubs in Malta as well. Wanakula Surya doesn't get hit that way very often. Yeah, slower ball, clever bowling. Sharp's got a few tricks, doesn't he? Tanker gets one. Good signs early, but it's only early, isn't it? Partnerships, partnerships, partnerships. That's how you can get to 154 against this French attack. That'll ask you some pretty tough questions. Also pretty tough when you have new batters coming in there to deal with it. I certainly saw Malta fall away late in the piece. in match 1 on Monday morning, match 1 of the Medina Cup. Shu was on the other foot. Match 2, France collapsed, including losing 5 wickets in the last 2 overs. Hat-trick to Wasim Abbas in the 19th. 4 runs the margin then. All right, this one he's gotten wrong. Usman Khan backs back and takes the catch. So big moment in the game, and Zishan, well, he's frustrated. And he flips his bat in aggravation and frustration as he tries to go down the ground. But you can see the bat turns in his hand, sliced up in the air. Usman Khan judged it pretty well, backing back from mid-off. And, well, there you go. A little bit of the bow and arrow from Usman Khan. On the other hand, it's the triple somersault for Zishan's bat. Collects it and goes. He's out for 6. And it's also the end of the over, 34 for 2. And Zishan just... It's a game of fine margins, really, isn't it? I mean, if he hits that better, he probably goes for 4 or 6. Remember, he just has to get it over the fielders in the circle. And that's why, I mean, earlier we saw Gustav McKean get away with a couple of shady drives over mid-off, and the fielder went back. But for me, I like to keep him up unless the guy really is hitting the ball well, because it's a wicket-taking opportunity. It really becomes a catching position, mid-on, mid-off in the power play. Because if the batter goes straight and doesn't quite get enough of it like that, and you can take a wicket, take his wicket, and potentially save yourself a lot of runs down the stretch. And it was Zishan back in the pavilion for 6. I think France are pretty happy with that. Now, big moment here for Gopal Thakur, who comes to the crease at number 4, and he's on international debut. So, yeah, what a great opportunity for him. And I suppose it works out nicely because he's at the non-strikers end, because it's the end of the over. Yeah, but Gopal plays his cricket for the Southern Crusaders team here in Malta. Was presented with his cap before the start of the game. And we've seen him in ECN T10 cricket. He scored 486 runs at an average of 22 and striking about 150. Right now, though, it's back to the attack. Edged and fortunate. Third man's pretty in there, it's Gulami, and I think it's because he wants a catch. I think he's trying to put himself somewhere where it's not just about saving a boundary, but he's probably 10 in from the boundary, maybe even 15 in. And so he's basically a pseudo slip as well as a boundary rider. Yeah, so Thakur gets his first opportunity. Top score of 61 not out in ECS cricket. Looks pretty at home here. Oh, wow, it's proper throw. Now, Thakur's going to get his first run. Just now, it's chaos. Well, the first thing was Thakur hit it to point. Patanka kind of shaped a run, was turned around just in time. Thakur was keen, then sent back the tank. I think he would have been back in time, and then I think it got a bit of the shin, to be honest, with the backup fielder. Might have been Warner Saria there. Can't really tell, a bit far away into the sun, but man, another direct hit. And in the end, Thakur, congratulations, you've got an international run. Funny way to do it, though. Yeah, Thakur's top score of 61 coming against the Victoria Lions. So he has a couple of 50s in ECN cricket. Saw him earlier this year, but we've seen him really all the way through. So yeah, he'd be super happy. He's 29 years of age and he's a great guy. So wishing him all the best on his international debut. Always exciting when new players get that opportunity. All right, good contest this. Patanka against Ramatullah Mangal. Edge and gone. He's just beaten by a little bit of bounce, and Mangal, he's toiled hard. He's had to go through the pain barrier, but he gets the wicket of Patanka, who nicks off for 7. No dramas for Action Jackson. Fairly regulation opportunity, healthy edge as well. So Darshad, after playing a cracking cover drive and looking pretty good, to be honest. No real foot movement, just trying to force away off the back foot. Yeah, probably maybe trying to hit it a bit too hard. Could have been a bit more defensive, but hindsight's 20/20. And oh, you got to feel the hurt there. He's waited so long to come into the side, but he's going to have to go for 7. And Malta in some trouble early. It's 36 for 3. they're kind of fine as far as the run rate goes, but those 3 top order wickets pretty devastating, I think, to Malta's chances. You've got a French bowling attack that kind of died out on new batters and lower order batters. Having said that, well, here's a guy who certainly had plenty to say in the first innings, Imran Amir. If you could hear body language, it would have been deafening when he was bowling and even fielding the first half of this game. Now he's going to have to face the music. Rahmatullah Mangal with his tail up. A bad shot though. And Usman goes the foot method. I think more by luck than design. He stops this. Amir's off the mark. I will say you might not find this one in the textbook from Usman Khan. Look at this. I mean, to be honest, the way he kicked it, he almost booted it with the other foot further in front of him. Haaland would have been happy with that one. But anyway, just a single. Leans on this, it's mishandled. Should have been stopped by Shamachel, but go down as a single. Too much damage there on the scoreboard. Successful over for Rahmatullah Mangal. His first wicket of the day. And the score is 38 again, European Cricket Network. Yeah, so have a look here. You can see Malta. Well, after that, to be honest, they're pretty much bang on the red line. But yeah, those 3 wickets, certainly a bit of a blow to their chances, I think. Having said that, plenty of batting to come. I mean, you've still got guys like Aurora and Farhan Prasath to come. You've still got Wakar Afridi Ahmed to come. Eldest Matthew, he's been used as a specialist batter, but he's listed at 9 here. Siddhasanan at 10, Abbas 11. So they bat all the way down, but not easy to face this attack. Good looking shot, but doesn't beat the infield. It's well done by Noman Amjad. One thing about Malta, they're always celebrating something, a feast or a national holiday. You can hear the fireworks going off in the background. And one thing about Malta, when they do fireworks, they don't always do them at night. They'll do them during the day as well. And there's also a bit of a tradition, certain days, quite a few days actually, the cannons will go off at noon. So they're not fireworks, but they're still just as noisy. You hear them all around the island. Oh yeah, that'll hurry you up. Look at that, Warnakul Surya. He's right down in the grill of Gopal Thakur on international debut. Have a look at this one. Oh yeah, it's a good bouncer. I mean, to credit to Thakur, kind of sees it, keeps his eye on it. Make sure he doesn't clock him in the head. It's the one for the over. He can still go short though, just as long as it's not over the shoulder. And he might, you know. Slow ball. I've seen Warnakul Surya do that a few times. It's probably something I'd be looking for if I was batting. If I got a quick bouncer. I mean, you'd be brave to kind of pick it, but it's a bit of a baseball mentality. Sometimes baseball batters will kind of be looking for a certain pitch. So they might be looking for a kind of slower ball, and they'll set up their timing for that. And then if it's not that, they'll kind of get a bit more defensive. So maybe you could kind of get across a little bit. You know, it's going to be, well, you think it's going to be an off-cutting slot. If not, just try and keep it out. It is again. See, bounces twice to Jackson. That's actually really good running from Thakur, who spots that Jackson doesn't handle it cleanly. And the reason is, bounces before him. He scrambled through for a bye. It's pretty alert work. He's backing up, doing everything right here, Thakur. Bat in the inside hand. Makes it easily. Good game. Remember those 2 over targets. They want to be 45 off 6. So 15 off every 2. Put in the frame. 45 off 6. And they're not too far behind it. It's a little bit at the moment. Louis saying a bit early for fireworks. Yeah, it's never too early for fireworks. We had some at lunchtime here, actually, Louis. Some in the morning as well. I mean, it's a Wednesday. Oh, chance, tough chance, and that's another finger buster. Well, there might be no players left with 10 fingers the way this week's going. There's a proper drive from Thakur and Warnakul Surya in his follow-through. Yeah, I mean, he gets his hands there. That hurts. I don't think it was a real finger one. Maybe. It was more like the heel of the hand. Yeah, they stick or they don't. And you kind of still got forward momentum going at a batter that's probably 15 yards away by the time it hits his hands. Slower ball. Caught it wide. It gets through Jackson. Grabs the tram line. Don't think there's two here. Bit of miscommunication. I think Ranamir, I told you, he gives it to everyone. It's not just the opposition. I'm going to read this one for you. I think it's a good call. I think it gets a fair bit of the tram line. That's how they've umpired this week. Amir is just looking and saying, yeah, are you going? Well, Amir's annoyed because he said, hey, you shaped like you were running and you almost got me to run. But luckily Amir kept watching him and changed his mind. Went to stopped. Last ball, the over. Another slow ball, so he's been pretty persistent with it. It'll be the end of the over, Wanakul Surya. Okay, it's... Oh, is it the end of the over? I've got that as the end of the over. 42 for 3. Let's have a look. You've been asked to re-bowl this one. Oh, it's been called wide. Yeah, actually, to be honest, it does look like a wide. It looks like it's over the tram line again. We didn't see that angle originally, so I'm not going to say I agree with the umpire there. Wow, this is just going to pop over the ball, you wouldn't believe it. And so, well, Amir gets lucky here because this just loops over the bowler. Look at that. He's late on it. Just clonks off the splice of the bat. Amir survives. And the score at the end of 6. Yeah, pretty much around what we were talking about as far as that 15 per 2 overs. Hey, let's talk about what's coming up tomorrow. And I know that they're almost at the conclusion of day 10 in Hungary right now. But tomorrow is the last day of group matches there in Hungary. So we'll get to see the Blinders first up against the Cobras. And I'll tell you what, match 52, tune in for that one. Royal Tigers, Budapest Blinders. They've got a very healthy rivalry. 2 top sides. Cobras, though, they've got a big day 3 matches. DB Ultimate 11, probably last chance to get a look at them. And also, you've got the Vikings derby between Derbyshire Vikings and the Ultimate 11, who essentially are their reserve team. So tune in tomorrow for ECS. And Rico will be back in Hungary tomorrow. Mungal gets a 3rd over. When you've got a couple of Mungals, they tend to want to bowl one of them early. Amatullah and Ruhula, they'll bowl late. They're both in the side here. And Louis Bruce saying any spare fingers around the Master Complex for quick replacement. Yeah, we might need them soon. These guys are so brave. Ball gets hit very, very hard at international level. Another cut this time. I think he's going to get full value. It will be 4. Nice shot by Takui. His first international boundary. He doesn't seem too bothered by the pace of Mangal. We saw him hurried up a little bit. Got a spicy bouncer at the other end, but Mangal, he's trying to beat the batter for bounce, and that's kind of how we got Patanka. Got the ball to bounce a bit more than Darshit thought. Nicked him off. But Takui stays on top of the bounce, kind of just uses the pace. Come on, Gopi, the call from off the field. I mean, it's so exciting. Playing your first international innings, Mashaw. I've got to say, he's looked pretty solid at the moment. Obviously picked on the basis of his T20 domestic form. There has been a summer T20 going on in Malta. Brings up the 50 for the Maltese national side in 6.5 overs. Mungo would love to break this partnership before it hatches, really. Driven down to Usman Khan. Uses his hands this time, which I think is pretty smart. Yeah, so, okay, next mini target. You're looking for, what's that, 8 overs down to be 60. Seem to have it under control at the moment. Just 3 wickets the concern, but like I said, they do bat all the way down. Oh, nice little cut again, but this time they've protected the area. And they'll get a couple. Good running, and that was a hallmark of the French innings towards the end as well. And they weren't getting boundaries, they were getting 2s. And Kua legging it back. Got to say, while I get this opportunity, big happy birthday to Tim Wheeler. It's a bit of a fixture here on the Maltese cricket scene. Tim turns 60 tomorrow. I don't think he'll mind me saying that. We're going to have a bit of a celebration dinner tonight. Yeah, don't worry, we'll keep it within reason. But, yeah, a big happy birthday, Tim. Good seed. Jackson mishandles it to his chagrin. Gal gives a little apology, like sorry for bowling too fast. Did have a couple of bowlers sometimes saying, do you want me to slow it down? I'll tell you why it drops this, and it looks like a regulation take, but look how this ball stops rotating. So look here, see it just kind of knuckles on him. And you can see that the seam kind of stopped rotating, and that's why it kind of wobbles, and that's why I think even Mungo noticed that. That's why he clangs it. Anyway, all's well that ends well. Malta 53 for 3 after 7 overs. There's little subtleties to keepers, wicket keeping, that a lot of people wouldn't understand. People would say, well, how do you drop that? But, you know, when you've got a ball that stops rotating after hits the pitch, and certain bowlers do it more than others. I know there are quite a few bowlers, 1 or 2 in particular, that used to do that, and it was so annoying because you really had to watch it all the way in. And also, you know, even if you drop it's one thing, probably doesn't matter if it's not nicked, but you know, it can hurt you the end of your fingers. You can damage your hands if you don't get the ball in the middle of the hands. Anyway, it's going to be Dawood Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, to come on in over number 8. It's always exciting when we see Dawood. He seems to like bowling from this end, doesn't he? Haven't really seen him operating from the other end. He only had 1 over early in the day, and it didn't really go to plan, and he wasn't used again after that. But I think he's got a little bit of the magic quality to his wrist spin. Muscular guy. Bustle in, really give it a good flick over the wrist. Here he is bowling to Amir. And if my memory serves me correctly, he got Amir with a pretty good wrong in the other day that went through the gate, and so Amir's probably got that on his mind at the moment. Amir's done a lot of talking, but I think now it's time for his bat to do the talking. And tell you what, Ahmedzai's fired up. He probably knows that he's fired up and saying, everyone's just trying to say settle down. And Amir's saying, yeah, come on, bring it on. He's saying, I don't need your help, umpire. I'm ready. He's saying, yeah, you better be ready. Yeah. And Amir's saying, yeah, come on, I'm ready for you. Yeah, well, this is all about what happened earlier, isn't it? And Amir's saying, hey, guess what? I'm batting now, so you can talk to him, not me. I just think it's all in the spirit of healthy competition. You certainly can't accuse these guys of not trying hard enough and not being passionate enough. I mean, Ahmedzai is saying, hey, remember before he was dancing around? Well, guess what, dancing boy? Time for you to face up. And Ahmedzai's waited a grand total of 1 ball to get stuck in. I gotta say, I mean, I think the umpires are doing the right thing. They don't want it to get out of hand, but I don't think it's out of hand just yet. I mean, you're allowed to have a few words. Yeah, he's saying, yeah, yes, underarming at you, but he doesn't take the ball with him, and he certainly doesn't lead with a fake elbow. He's saying, yeah, you did it. I like it. All right. And now. Oh, I love it. Tell you what, we do have sunset coming up, guys. So if you want to get on with the end of that game, that'd be handy. Oh, yeah. Don't think he picked that 100%. Gets 1. Yeah. But, yeah, Imran, and now Ahmedzai now at an uncomfortable distance, but I got to say I like it. I want to see more of it as a neutral. Yeah, well played by Takua. Different kettle of fish. So I got to say, I mean, no one's, to be honest, it's the most long distance fight I've ever seen because no one's got within 5 or 6 meters of anyone else. It's just kind of handbags at 6 yards. And I mean, again, everyone knows I'm pro entertainment. I don't think it's spoiling over at the moment. I think it's all just kind of chat. Yeah, wants to run, won't get one. Ball comes whistling in. Oh, loving it. This game's right in the balance at the moment. Jackson's got to be a bit careful that he doesn't get in front of the stumps as well. Oh, yeah. Oh, he could have been in trouble there, but it was an awkward kind of pick up. Let's see if Amir gives the ball back. I love this because Amir goes to pick up the ball and give it back, and then he's not game to do it. He goes, yeah, guess what? You get it. Umpire has a good think, says no. I think he's probably going past the leg stump. Looked like another one of those over spinners. So not really straightening down the line. Excellent over, entertaining over. Maybe a bit high as well with the overspin. Ahmedzai liked it. I think it's a good call. Umpires have been reasonably good on the LBWs, got to say. End of the 8th over at 56 for 3. Well, Ahmedzai just, I think they're just saying, look, you're doing a good job. Don't get yourself in trouble with the umpires. Just concentrate on what you're doing. I think he is. To be honest, he's the kind of guy, he'd probably enjoy picking a bit of a fight or continuing a bit of a fight because I think it fires him up and gets him playing better. And to be honest, I think both of these guys are like that. So yeah, I mean, you've got to find the line when you're an umpire in this situation of kind of keeping it under control, but you don't want to over-sanitize the game. I mean, the guys are allowed to express themselves and kind of trash talk a little bit. I don't think anything's been said against anyone's family or anything like that. I think it's just kind of a bit of cheap talk. Yeah, that's the game. I suppose I was brought up in grade cricket in Australia where kind of anything was was going then. Anyway, here's Amir facing up. I'll get a single here. Not quite off the middle. They're going to give another over to Rahmatullah Mangal. So they're bowling him out here. And this is probably also to do with the fact that, you know, he's got that groin strain, which is pretty common. It's just where your leg meets the rest of your body that gets strained when you're bowling fast. And you know, probably while that's warm, it makes sense. Because once it cools down, then you've got to warm it up again. So I think they'll be happy with him bowling his 4 out. He's certainly doing a good job. Takua, though, he's fairly composed so far. Not a bad shot, and it's going to go all the way. McKeon has crept in a little bit. And Takua goes maximal. And you can see he's getting a lot of support. Got a few of his domestic teammates down watching, I'm sure, as well. And I mean, this is risky because, I mean, it's straight on the line of where the fielder is, but he gets enough. And look, McKeon probably wouldn't have got it anyway. It goes all the way over the fence, but he just crept in a little bit. And that's probably one boundary you don't want to creep in too much because it's one of the shorter boundaries. Right of reply for Rahmatullah. Oh, now he's gone. Very next ball hangs the bat out to dry. 6 and out for Takua on debut. It's well taken by Jabakal and Malta. Lose the 4th when they couldn't afford to, really. You can see he doesn't really commit to this shot. He kind of hangs the bat out there. There's 2 fielders waiting for it. It's not Amir, but they do get Takua. And it's just a regulation gully position. You can see it means a lot. And Ahmedzai, well, he's quick to throw some fist bumps in there as well. Takua, again, didn't commit. Had to either kind of cut that or not. You know, just hanging the bat out there. He threw his wicket into the lap of the gods, really. If it's in a gap, then it's probably 4, but it wasn't. He's frustrated, especially after he nailed a 6. 63 for 4 now, halfway through the 9th. Well, Louis Bruce is enjoying the kind of byplay between the two teams. I've got to say I am too. we have seen some internationals here in Malta where it's gotten out of hand. The Belgian series was probably one time the line got crossed, but it was a couple of years ago now. Yeah, but I don't see too much between this. And these teams have had 3 spirited battles, haven't they? And you're in the middle of one right now. Still under 8 and over, so I'll keep an eye on that run rate required. If it's under 8, I think Malta are looking good, considering they do bat all the way down. But Mangal gets the second wicket, and it's Varun Prasad, the captain, coming out at number 6. It's a decent one first up, keeps it out. It looks a bit tighter technically, I've got to say, Prasad, compared to how I've seen him last couple of years, to be honest. Maybe it's just a change in format thing. Maybe he's a bit looser in the T10s than in T20 cricket. I haven't seen him play too much live in T20 cricket, but I know he's had some success. It's not a huge mover of his feet, but I mean, what I liked about that shot, kind of stands his ground, doesn't back away, and keeps his weight well distributed. And Louis mentioning they've got Varun and Bikram in the shed, and I mean, to be honest, they bat all the way down to 11. Must listed 11 today, although he keeps wangling his way up the order. Oh, loose one. Tell you what, Mir, might be time for him to grab the earplugs, because I reckon he's getting it. I think with France, they speak a lot of English, but I think they're throwing a fair bit of what they know at Amir right now, and why not? I mean, Amir, I suppose he's one of those kind of players. He opens himself up for the counter attack. Yeah, look, it's the fake settle down as well from Ramatullah, saying, hey, guys, settle down. I think you've got to do that. As soon as the umpires get back to watching the action, spraying him. Good theatre. Last ball of the over. Last ball of the spell for Ramatullah Mangal. Oh, one past him. Well, it's the end of the 9th over. Ramatullah. Good day's work for him. 4 overs, 2 for 28, and after 9, it's 64 for 4. Tell you what, Samir peels off a 60 or 70 and wins the game for Malta. You might have to call the riot police, because he's going to be going right off. There'll be fireworks on the field. Likewise, if he gets out, they're going to be pretty thrilled. Tufas for Watakula Surya and Ramatullah Mangal. Watakula Surya still has one up his sleeve. Back to Ahmedzai, and I've got to say for the neutrals, I hope Prasad just pushes a single here, because I want to see more Ahmedzai versus Imran Amir by play. I won't even push a single. And Ahmedzai is rushing through his overs here. Still got a roundabout, how much is it? It's about an hour and 20 of sunlight, so we should be okay as far as that goes. Certainly has cooled down a bit now. Finally, it's about 7 p.m. local at the moment. Oh, that's well bowled. The issue with that ball is you're not sure, if you're Prasad, if it's going to turn into your pads, if it's going to go away past your outside edge, or if it's going to cannon into your stump. So you end up kind of playing the middle. And that's why Ahmedzai is such an effective bowler. This is one that kind of suited Rockin this time. They run hard. They'll get 2. Yeah, Ahmedzai's annoyed, saying, hey, why couldn't you keep it to 1? I want to have a crack at this guy. So, 2 runs, good running. Mentioned how the French stole a lot of extra runs towards the end of their innings. Oh, Prasad, he's seen enough now. And he's almost holed out there. It's going to be 4 in the end, so he found the gap. And he's lucky he did, because Gulami was herring around to his left, and to be honest, he had to play at this to keep it in, but he's kind of wrapped his hand around the ball, ended up just taking it on his way over the boundary. 4 runs, and counter-attack coming from Prasad. Yeah, so 10 overs in. Talk about that. 15 per 2 overs. 75 would be par. Oh, Prasad goes again, and he's going to get a bit lucky off the outside half of the bat. McKeon will clean up, and they'll walk it 2 this time. Prasad really, taking a couple of risks here. I mean, a guy, I don't think he's picking 100%. He's just kind of playing on instinct. We know he's a powerful striker of the ball. Good contest. We're not going to see any Amir on strike this over. Hopefully, someone gets another one. Oh, now he's got it wrong, but he might get lucky. A long way to go for Galami. Drops it. Oh, yeah, it was his catch. It was just kind of slicing towards him in the end. Keane was the other fielder in the frame, but Galami had a long way to go, and now he's kind of pulled up with cramp, I think. But Prasad survives. Tough one, but it's got to go down as a chance. 73 for 4 after 10. He was pushed a bit left by the boundary earlier. I mean, ECS cricket with a smaller field, he's definitely getting there. To be honest, he does well to get there, Galami. But, yeah, then pulls up. I mean, when you're running full speed, I mean, we're watching that in slow motion. You know, you don't really have any time to set yourself for the catch, so you're kind of hoping that your hands are in the right spot. And yeah, I just think that's probably, he's probably got some cramp either in his calf or maybe his hamstring there. End of a long day. Remember, he's done a fair bit of batting as well. So Prasad gets a life on 9. And really, 3 big shots and all carrying some degree of risk. And in that third case, quite a lot of risk. Forced to change now. And they said, okay, we've run out of a Mangal, but let's go for another. And this is actually a couple of overs earlier. To be honest, this is where they've normally used Usman Khan, but maybe they feel with the left-hander, they don't want Usman slow ball going into the hitting zone. So they've gone for Rahula in the 11th. Prasad pushes away, gets one. Ahmedzai starts complaining about no one backing up, but he also forgot to pick up the ball, so it was all a bit academic. Galami's still not moving too well in front of me. I mean, you might see a substitute come on. I mean, they've got someone like Zain Ahmed who could come on. I don't think you'll see. I mean, Galami doesn't need to bowl. All right, we've had to wait. It's been an intermission, but it's back to the Amir show. Oh, he hits this pretty well. He'll just get one. Everything's settled down now a bit, but I mean, if we get some more Ahmedzai versus Amir, I think it'll ramp the tensions back up. Very good game. Hovering around the 8 and over required. I kind of think it's par here. It's my pick. Partly on just feel, but partly also on looking at the scores from last year here in the Valletta Cup. Pretty nicely by Prasad. Again, I just think he looks a bit more composed than I've seen him for a while, actually. Just keeping his weight nicely distributed and stroking that one away for 1. All right, back to Amir, 8 off 13. I'll be setting the world on fire at the moment, but I mean, that can all change pretty quickly. Holds up Rahula. Microaggression there. He's on the pull this time and beats the field to 4 runs. Good shot. It's a little bit short, Rahula, we know. I mean, like his brother, likes to bang it in. And Imran sweats on the back foot. Just swivels, gets it in front of that man. A deep forward square. Good effort from Ibrahim Jabakal out there. To no avail, 4 runs and a valuable boundary. The next mini target, 90 off 12. Pretty good position to do that. Pretty much just kind of solidly on that red line if you look at the run rate graph at the moment. Next one, they hit and run, they shouldn't have run. South might have made this, but really, France should have turned this into run out opportunity. Didn't feel like there was one there. I reckon this is a bat plug from Varun. Look, doesn't go over the line. He's got a divot partly over the line. Maybe he gets 3 or 4 blades of grass past the line. Probably would have been okay, but still. Tight one. Last ball of the over. On the cart, Could be at least 2. Might get 4, to be honest. Rolling, rolling, and rolling all the way. Cuatro carreras. A little bit of loose one from Mangal. And yeah, he's got his hands on his hips wondering how that happened, but he just gave a bit too much width to Prasad, who played the right shot and executed it. It's 85 for 4 after 11. Remember, for all the history these teams have this week, this is the first match of a new tournament. So, really clean slate. There's a structure here with 5 teams in the tournament. They'll play each other, so there'll be 10 round-robin games. 4th and 5th are out of the running. They'll play each other for 4th place, but the top 3 all have a chance to raise the trophy. The top team straight through to the final. 2nd versus 3rd play a qualifier for the right to meet that team in the final. And Sunday evening, we'll have our winner. And yeah. Is he on strike? Yeah, of course he is, because Prasad's hit a 4. So let's roll. All right, everyone. Let's get out the popcorn and see how this goes. To tell you what, if Ahmedzai gets a mirror, you're going to see some theatrics. There's a batter. Amir has to be a bit more restrained now, but I mean, his competitive juices are burning right now, churning up inside him. Here we go, over number 12. Yeah, Dabs looks for a run, it's not there. Dangerous tough throw. Alex Action Jackson. Yeah, this is going to be good. Oh, it is good. That would Ahmedzai into his 3rd over. A riff like Malta's chances, but there's a long way to go at the moment. The sunlight fading here. Overrun. To be honest, I really should have got a run here, but I reckon that Prasad was a bit unsighted. Because Amir's saying, hey, it went miles away from the fielder, but I mean, Prasad, number 3 at the bottom of your screen, says no, and then he's already kind of walking backwards, so he can't reverse his momentum, and he says, look, sorry, you're right, but I was running the wrong way. Which means Amir's on strike, and he probably shouldn't be. Funny things happen when that happens. Oh, nice shot, though. And that's going to be 4. Well, there you go. Let your bat do the talking. Well, Andy Nowdy does the fielding. I tell you what, the spectators. And, well, yeah, don't leave him hanging. It's Glenn Tavilla offering 5. Andy Nowdy. Well, tell you what, they might be celebrating Tim Wheeler's birthday a bit earlier. But, yeah, let's have a look. Ahmedzai selectively doesn't look at Amir after he strokes him for 4 through the covers. Oh, I'll tell you what, that'll fire up Ahmedzai even more if he gets him now. He bowled him through the gate with the wrong and earlier in the week. I think Imran's looking out for it. This is where, I know he doesn't have a huge leggy, but I'd probably be trying it out. Because for me, Amir's acutely aware of how he got dismissed the other day when the wrong and broke kind of left to right on your screen, went through between the bat and his pad. So I'd be challenging his outside edge maybe. Right now, he has to deal with Prasad. Now, Prasad really went after Ahmedzai in the last over, elevating 3 shots and almost getting out. It's his attitude now. It's a ball, it's kind of in the middle and happy to keep it out. Good game. Louis saying they're in a good place at the moment. If they're 110 or 120 after 15, they should be confident. Varun holds the key to this chase. Yeah, for me, it really is about preserving those wickets. Even though they do bat all the way down, they don't really want to expose new batters just yet. Push and run. And now they could potentially get another one, but happy with one. Amir runs through, end of the over, and it's 91 for 4 after 12. Yeah, well, I tell you what, the spectators have been really good, and I know that they're enjoying their cricket. And look, they're so focused, they're not even going to wave at the camera, even though I've got the camera on them especially. But they're just being too sensible. There you go. We finally got a few waves. But I mean, they're so enthralled with the contest right now. And I think, tell you what, they're better behaved than the Lords members, aren't they? I mean, you could trust those guys in the long room. They're just paying the ultimate respect to the game. Anyway, it's a good contest on at the moment. 91 on the board, 12 overs down. Kind of hit another one of those mini targets. Next one probably 105 after 14, just creeping. Usman Khan comes on to bowl, and first one whistles past Varun Prasad. Still batting to come. Like I said, to be honest, they do bat all the way to 11. Having said that, we saw them completely bottle it when the going got tough in match 1, but then so did France in match 2. This is Upish, and once again Prasad finds a pocket of space. Jalakel does the fielding, and I wonder if they'll bring him in with his off spin. You see, they've got a real offside attack with fielding position, so a lot of fielders changing sides now for the right-handed Imran Amir. Yeah, Usman, he's got that slower ball, doesn't he? Bowls it very well. And how aggressive will Amir be? His partnership's looking dangerous at the moment for France. Got to break it. Oh, that's a good one. Good one. Yeah, a little nod there. Yeah. That's a good ball. You got me there. One of the issues with limited overs cricket is when the field gets pretty defensive, it's pretty hard to unsettle a guy verbally because you're too far away. You end up saying, hey, you, don't choke. You're saying it from like at least 30 yards. More responsibility on the keeper, really. Oh, another good one. And to be honest, if you're playing this slower ball from Usman Khan, it's pretty hard to drag across it because there's no pace. So the key is to try and keep your shape and hit it over cover. Hit it with an orthodox cricket stroke. If you're trying to drag across, I mean, it's so easy to get the timing wrong. You end up just basically going through your stroke too early. And now he's going to be gone, and well, here we go. Because Amir has nicked off and went slow, fast. Action Jackson takes the catch, and France are fired up. Usman has the golden arm again. Was brought on a little bit later than we've seen in previous matches, but he gets the dangerous Amir for 18. And here ends the show for now. Anyway, you can see, and he's just a little bit late on this, and this is just the pace variation, isn't it? You know, straight away he's gone, doesn't wait for the umpire's decision. Healthy edge. Action Jackson does the rest, and well, here's a little flaming arrow from Usman. Malta 92 for 5 as this game takes another twist. Yeah, I mean, just practicing that shot again. I mean, that's what makes Usman Khan so dangerous. He's not quick, to be honest, but the fact that it's such a big variation between his slower ball and his stock delivery is what surprises batters, even pretty astute batters like Imran Amir, who must have known there was a chance of the quick one coming, but just didn't judge the pace well. Well, Ellis Matthews having a pretty good game, and we saw him bowling for the first time in international earlier today. And yeah, he bowled very well, ended up with 3 for 27 off his 4 overs. And so he's down here at 7, but he's a guy, you know, was batting in the 3 spot before. Just wasn't really firing, but gets an opportunity here in a slightly different situation. Last ball of the over. He's hit that. Big double noise. Wait for the umpire. Yeah, he says, yeah, bit about on that. So that'll be a run. So Matthews off the mark, and it's the end of the over. Malta 93 for 5. Brilliant over from Usman Khan. Only concedes 2 runs off it. So the last 2 overs just 6 and 2, and yet suddenly we're starting to see that run rate required just creep up a little bit. Still in the 8s. This game could still go down to the wire. To be honest, after 2 single-digit margin contests between these two, I'm just predicting another close one way or another. Things have finally wrapped up in Hungary. They're spotting that. So I said the first 45 minutes was my favourite 45 minutes of the day because I had everyone's attention. I suppose that I'm back to having exclusive access to our ECN audience. Anyway, here's Ahmedzai He's 2 without a wicket today. He has 1 over to change that. Solid defence. Prodded away by Matthew for a single. Well, Prasath becomes even more important now, doesn't he? Still got Aurora up their sleeve. Malta. Don't forget, they still got Waka Afridi up their sleeve as well. See the sun, and he can bat for sure. He had a great 6 earlier in the week. Abbas as well, who he'd call himself an all-rounder, and probably rightly so. He's listed 11. Oh, that's 6. Straight off the bat. Prasath goes large. Maximal. And you can see why this guy's so dangerous. He has unnatural power. He's wiry. He's just got those fast twitch fibres, and he's able to unleash some serious bat speed on that one. And just when they'd fallen behind the pace a little bit, he gets them right back on track with the big 6. And it also brings up the 100 for Malta. 54 more now. Good shot. And that's a shot where he doesn't really care which way it's turning. And just kind of plays it on length. And I think Hungary, if I'm reading my notes correctly, had not only 1, but 2 hat-tricks today. 2 hat-tricks. Imad Khan took 1 for the Royal Eagles in match 50, and that can't have been too long ago. That must have been just a few minutes ago. So that's crazy. And what's more, Imad Khan, he got hit for 2 6s on his first 2 balls and then took a hat-trick. That's crazy. Well, something going on. I'll tell you what's going on. They're trying to find the ball. I didn't think it went over the roof, so I thought it was a bit of an easier get. But, I mean, still, there's a little channel there where, yeah, a bit of a no man's land. So, yeah, kind of right back to that 8 and over required. Hasn't gone too far all the way. So, the 20th hat-trick of the ECN season. I suppose you've got to throw in Wasim Abbas as well to make 21, if you include the T20s. Ahmed Zai. Good comeback. Prasath. It's probably one occasion where he goes looking for something that's not quite there. Probably didn't have to double dip. A new player out there now. And interestingly, they could have gone for someone like an Aurora, but they've gone for a slightly more out-and-out aggressive option. Waka Afridi Ahmed coming out at number 8. Malta fine as far as the rate goes, but just running out of resources quick. It's lucky they do bat all the way down. Ahmed Zai, just 2 more balls, try and double down. Pretty good looking shot though from Waka Afridi first up. Confidently punches it down to deep point for 1. What a game. Hopefully we might have picked up a few guys from Hungary. Not sure what that was all about. Zai's in a better mood now. Oh, that's close. That's gone. Elvis Matthew doesn't pick the one that goes the other way. And just look at him go, Mr. Universe, not once but twice. And to me, that looked pretty close. It didn't turn away from the right hand. It went straight on, maybe back a little touch off the wicket. And yeah, for me, I thought Matthew was in trouble as soon as I saw him hit in front then. Yeah, this is all about where it hits him and what's it going to do after it hits him. And to me, yeah. And yeah, for me, I think it's a good decision. Kind of comes back. Yeah, I think that's out. I think Ahmed Zai knew it as well. Finishes his spell with 2 wickets in the end. It's the end of his allotment, 2 for 26 off his 4, and gets a couple of key wickets. Malta, yeah, they're running out of time, running out of batters, but there's a pretty good one to come out at number 9. You've got Afridi and Aurora at the crease, and they are more than capable of building a match-winning partnership here. I mean, they're 2 guys that could easily be batting, say, 4 and 5. But the problem is there's less left under them. That's the thing. Usman comes back for a second bite. A good slow ball, isn't it? Got to say, France have to be big favourites now. To be honest, a lot on this partnership, isn't there? You've got Sudarsana to come, who can bat. Don't get me wrong, can bat. But they're still over 50 to get. They're down their last 3 wickets. Oh, this could be trouble unless he's got it. And guess what? He has got it out of the ground. Maximo! And it's kind of what I said earlier. If you're going to try and take on the slower ball from Usman, don't try and go across the line. You know, rather, go with the break. It clears his front leg. I mean, he's got really good power, doesn't he, Waqar Afridi Ahmed? I thought for a second, you're taking on the longest boundary. You better have nailed it. But guess what? He did. He'll be thrilled with that result. Now that'll take some finding, I think, as well. Another twist in the game. I love this. See, I would say everyone's friend now except for Mir. Mir's the guy who said, "No, he's my real kind of faux enemy. You're okay." I mean, there's a lot of mutual respect between these guys. What you got to realise. I think he's not happy with that conversation as a Mir. It's like, hey, this guy's just roasted me and give me everything. Now you having a joke with him? Now, this is clever from Action Jackson. See how he's basically pretending to stretch, but all he wants is lie down. Yeah, smart. Sitting down is kind of bad etiquette in cricket, sitting down on the field. Well, I was taught that way anyway. So if you're going to lie down or sit down, just pretend you're stretching something smart. That's why he's one of my favourites. Action. Where's my favourite number 23 as well? All right, so Usman gets the slow ball taken down. 46 off 35. Can this partnership do the trick for Malta? Oh, gets this wrong, hanging in the air. Fielder goes back and takes the brilliant catch over the shoulder. And look who it is. It's Gulami, who was cramping up, attempting something similar early. Had to go a long way. Afridi late in the shot, popped up over point. But Gulami turned and went into flash. And once again, you see change of pace. This time it's pace back on from Usman Khan. And that one hurt. 6 and out for Waqar Afridi Ahmed. And they've lost 8 wickets now, right down to the bones. Malta, 108 for 8. And still time, still plenty of time. But look, don't forget, Malta, earlier on in the week, I think it was 17.1 overs they were able to survive before being bowled out. Found themselves 9 short of where they needed to be. All right, here we go. Sudarsana, to be honest, I think the Japanese have the same word for crisis as opportunity, and it's a real opportunity for Sudarsana to make a name for himself here. Yes, he's batting 10, but I think he's better than that. And he showed he's got a bit of power early in the week, in the big 6. But yeah, it's his first week in international cricket, and he'd love to do something with it. Having said that, he's really under the pump. Slow ball, it's not really on at the moment. You've got to realise you've got Aurora at the other end who's really experienced. So it's hard to hoik that slow ball. Sudarsana has a top score of 49 odd out against the Southern Crusaders in ECN T10 cricket. He's got an average of about 25, so I mean, I can hold it. There's still over 5 overs left. You don't have to get them all at once here. Don't lose the 9th wicket. Wants to go, should get a single. Oh, really slow to get going with Aurora, and he's going to get home, but just, and only because the throw's off. Got to say, that could have been a disaster. Aurora didn't really trust Sudarsana's call, to be honest. Sudasanan saw he got it away from the field and said, hey, come on, there's a run there. He had plenty of time to get through for a single, but Aurora, I think he's saying, sorry, I didn't realise. He's saying, well, I was trying to tell you. You see, he's saying, well, look, still. And Aurora says, all right. But that throws Bale high, and I think Aurora's walking. Judd just airmailed a little bit over Sudasanan. Now, push and run. Oh, so end of the over, 110 for 8 of 15. So you've got to find the balance between preserving your last 2 wickets, but also not falling too behind in the game. Honestly, what I'd be doing here, and it's a bit of a thought experiment, you got 2 guys that could easily be batting, say, 5 and 7. It just looks bad because they're 8 down, and it is bad. Don't get me wrong. But I think the key here is to just forget where you're batting in the order. Forget that losing a wicket here is a disaster and just bat. And if you can build a partnership here, between 2 guys, I would call them both batters. Aurora certainly so. Sudasanan, even though he's young in his international career, I think he's got what it takes. But yeah, you've got to pick your moments now, and it's not going to be easy because Amjad's going to come back. He's going to go from the golf course end. 44 required off the last 30 balls. And what do you guys think? Any hope for Malta here? I mean, 2 balls, it could be all over. That's what you got to realise. And I've got to say, France, after dropping a couple in this innings, I mean, they've caught when it's counted. Good catches to get rid of Prasad. And that was a good one. I mean, Waka Afridi, Ahmed, he can take the game away from you real quick, and Kalami caught him over his shoulder. So, Aurora, time to step up. 5 overs to go. And he just wasn't confident about the cut here. Didn't want to nick it, so I can understand that. So this is where I start looking, okay, need 9 and over. So for me, you're looking at getting, I suppose, 9 and over is a tie. You want more than that. It's hard to do that without scoring a boundary. You can maybe do it by running hard. These 2 have already had a little bit of confusion. Probably haven't batted together before, if I'm honest. It's wide. Does take a little step across, doesn't he, outside off? But I mean, better than out here. You've got to give the wide, force the guy to bowl inside the tram line. Could have gone either way though with that little skip step across. So marginal. Aurora goes and runs. Sudasanan, lucky he took off straight away. It's the power of going straight away. I mean, that's the thing. You can't let dot balls creep up. And yeah, it plonks in at the critical moment. Yeah, so I would be considering kind of backing up and running on contact most of the time. You got the field back on the circle. If you let dot balls creep in, dot balls that you're hitting in particular, because probably missed the odd one, and then it's going to creep out of hand pretty quickly, this required run rate. So as the sun sets on a very exciting day, Malta still with plenty to do. It'd be a famous victory if they could get home from here, but these 2 have always had topsy-turvy contests. Is there a twist left in this one? Cuts away pretty confidently. Just a single though. Singles are fine at the moment for France because essentially Malta need 1.5 a ball. So every time it's just a single, that equation is tilted a little bit more in the French team's favour. I'm always just wondering when's the right time to take a risk. Gets one outside the off stump, jumps on him a bit. But yeah, Aurora, we know he's a good player. He's a little bit out of nick at the moment. Just love one out of the middle. Love to smack that to the point fence. On the cover point fence, and you're feeling like a millionaire. But right now, More pauper than Prince out there. Can he turn that around? Hit and run. Hold on to it. I think that's smart at the moment as well. Like I said, 1's a win for France, 2's a win for Malta at this stage. So Ahmedzai, we're showing he's got a few brains. Holds on to it. And yeah, I got to say, it's been a long day for all the players, say all the officials as well. Big shout out to them. It's great to see so many spectators here as well. But Malta, they're living on a prayer at the moment, really. Sudasanen, he's going to get something upstairs, I think. It's good land. This is one where they don't run, and that's good field position there. It got angles, so that was a cover point that was in a bit and just kind of spooked him off taking the single. Into the over, and Amjad bowls a pretty good one. He only concedes 4th. That's a big win for France, as that required rate is pushed up with only 2 wickets left in hand as well. Into 16 overs, 114 for 8. Hey, looking forward to tomorrow. And Malta, no rest for the wicket. They'll be up first up tomorrow. Luxembourg, their opponents. And didn't those two have a contest earlier today? Luxembourg won by a single run off the last ball, so it's going to be a rematch right there. Looking forward to match 3 as well. Romania and Switzerland playing their first match of their Maltese adventure. Then France versus Romania. So Romania have a big task tomorrow. They're having to back up, going the double header. I will say the last game of the day is a little bit cooler. And also Thailand, Scotland doing battle in day 4 of the Netherlands T20 International Women's Tri Series. Starts here though with the early birds, like I said, 6:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, noon in India. Anyway, time for a new over. It's a pretty good cut shot first up, and that's going to find the boundary. Yeah, and so yeah, you can see he pulls it back, but he's just lost the race with the ball. See it here. I've got to say it's good effort. It's a pretty good shot. It's Galami. See, the ball actually hits the rope first, but pops up, and to be honest, he flicks it back into the flag anyway, so there's no doubt about that. So handy boundary, that's what they needed. Oh, now he's gone. And so Aurora goes 4 and out as Usman Khan does the trick again. He just has the knack of finding the outside edge of the bat. And that's 9 out now, and Malta down to their last legs. 118 for 9. Action Jackson. Oh, I'm going to have to count the catches here, because even though he's dropped one this innings, he's been so good. Yeah, he's gone 1, 2, and I think that's his 3rd catch now of this innings. To Aurora, you can see him, he's a passionate cricketer. He would have felt that boundary could have turned things around. And talking about the importance of getting that boundary away for his confidence, feeling like he was the man that could pull off a Ben Stokes-like victory if they could do it from here, really. But anyway, look who it is. It's Wasim Abbas. Now, tell you what, speaking of redemption stories, he was the 10th wicket out when he had Wakar at the other end going big guns in match 1 on 27, and he holed out playing a big shot. But now is the time to play big shots, to be honest. I don't think you can creep up on here. You got to take your chances. 36 off 22, rate approaching 10 and over. But how quick do you go? Knowing Abbas, he wants to go quickly. He'll probably get a slow ball first up from Usman. He does. Oh, I tell you what. He picked it and then just tried to wangle it around the corner, and he couldn't. Credits to France. We said, you know, they're an above average bowling team, so if they've got an average score on the board, they can make it look like more. Need a miracle from here, really. Needing the last pair to put on 36. Oh, that was almost the end of the game. Oh, Usman completely beats Abbas, all ends up here. I reckon he'll stick to that slow ball. It's working. How has this missed? That's how close we were to curtains. Oh, just misses the top corner of the stumps. I reckon he's going to get another one. No, he gets pace on, he gets some bat on it, gets 1. I mean, meanwhile, okay, he survived, but that's the first time he's been able to score in 3 balls. Meanwhile, that rate's just creeping up. You're not trying to leave it at 10 or 11. And look, these guys, they're better 10 and 11 than you'll see most of the time, but yeah, it's slipping away, I think. Here's the slow ball. Sudasanan can't get in line with it. End of the over. Brilliant stuff from Usman Khan. He's been one of the players of the week. He's got 3 for 16, and he's still got an over in the bank. It's 119 for 9 off 17 overs. 3 overs remaining. It's been such a great day of cricket. I mean, already kind of over 11 hours from the first ball. So we're into our 12th hour of cricket here in Malta today, and it's great that we've got so many teams taking part. 5 teams coming this week. Looking forward to seeing Romania and Switzerland for the first time tomorrow. Really get to enjoy a whole day in the sun here. It has been roasting earlier in the day. It's just pretty pleasant now. This is my favourite part of the day as well on a hot day. The heat's kind of hanging in the air. Right, Amjad can finish things off with a wicket. Oh, but it's a little edge. It'll fly away, but third man will handle it. So, I mean, now you're at the stage where kind of tour ball is par. And that's going to be tough. But, I mean, you kind of have to take a chance and hope that there's a bit of luck on your side. Amjad inserts himself at a time where 1 wicket will secure the victory for France. Swing and a miss, but again, that, in a sense, is a win for France. Man, look at where did it all go wrong? I mean, once again, batters getting starts but not going on with it. Magal made 19 off 10. Okay, that was kind of his job. But Thakua, 17 off 14, was looking good before he was caught. Imran Amir caught behind for 18. Prasath, 24. Played some big shots, got away with some, but then fell. France, again, no one got a 50, but their starts were a bit more than the Maltese starts. And McCann went for 44 earlier on. Ghulam Usman Khan and Amjad all with 20s. And, you know, how important were those runs that were run towards the end of the French innings? Really hustling in the heat of the day. And I reckon they pinched about 15 or 20 more runs. Now, if you take those off right now, it looks like a very different game, doesn't it? Let's say if they, without 15 runs, it'd be 19 off 15. Even with the last pair at the crease, more of a chance. And he hits this, but not game to run. Again, run out will finish the game as well. It's a bit of a Sophie's choice. I mean, did you go for that? And try and pinch your run, but you're knowing each attempted run could be your last. Sudasanan, sign of the times, 2 off 9, just cannot get anything going here. Pulls, again, just going to get 1. Abbas has no interest. He's probably saying, all right, come on, I think I'm the bigger hitter, so give me the strike. And what if I told you? Whack 5, 6, 1 or 2. 5's probably stretching it a bit. Last ball the over for Amjad. Wide, so it won't be last ball the over after all. Before we go though, I want to say a big thank you to everyone for joining us today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the action as much as we have. It's kind of a special situation because I feel like we get to start our day together, being exclusive, and at the end of the day we do as well. But hopefully you join us tomorrow, not just here in Malta, but across the Netherlands and Hungary. Now, magic triangle of cricket action continuing. Right now, things are winding down. Amjad doesn't take the wicket, but he doesn't go for too many either. And with 2 overs remaining, Malta, 122 for 9. Yeah, Keanu makes a really good point, saying, you know, Romania and Switzerland are going to be fresh. Will there be a fatigue factor with France? And I'd say potentially, but also it's kind of happy zone where, I mean, Luxembourg were fresh on day 2, but they got outplayed twice. I think most teams have played better, for example, on the second day they've played. So, I mean, that's probably something to bear in mind. Yeah, you can see the wickets just keep on falling and the rate keeps on dipping. I'll be so disappointed, but really, France just had the answers with the ball, haven't they? And they've come up with them when they've needed them. All right, here's Usman trying to finish things off. Sudasanan. I mean, at what point do you say, okay, we're not going to do this, let's just try and improve our net run rate? Because we've already seen how important net run rate is. I mean, you don't really want to talk to it. It's a bit of a buzzkill. It's kind of like, you know, we talk about life insurance and things like that. Stuff you don't want to think about, but probably important. In Malta, they can still turn this around. It could be net run rate that sees them qualify for the finals or not, for example. Oh, slow ball. Likes it, and it's all over. And so Abbas, he's going to have to go. He stands quizzically looking at the umpire. And that'll do it. So Usman is going to finish with 4 wickets. Another great performance from the French all-rounder, and he sends us home. And we'll see it here. I mean, if there's no bat in that, it's hard to see what it's missing. And we know occasionally with the top spin it'll climb over the top. That's probably my only question. With height, might have been a bit of a question, but the umpire was happy with it. This one we can't really see as much, but you know they do bounce a bit more than regular deliveries. But when it's all said and done, it is over. And Malta, they're bowled out for 123. The margin's 30 runs in the end. The final score, France 153, Malta 123. And France, what's a big day's work. Malta, though, they'll be disappointed. They come away empty-handed. They go down by a run to Luxembourg in their final. They need a cup match, and then in this one, they're not quite able to go. And to be honest, they end up making a similar kind of score than we saw them make the other day against France. Difference this time is that France were just able to bat a bit better. This is what's coming up tomorrow. A reminder that we'll kick things off. Like I said, it's nice when I've got the whole ECN audience to myself, and you can do that for the first 45 minutes today, starting 6:30 AM GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe and noon in India. Don't forget, Netherlands will continue tomorrow, and cricket from Hungary as well. So much happening, and be a part of the action because it is coming your way. Let's look at the highlights then. And, well, early on, but really, Malta, we knew the importance of their top order firing. I tell you what, it's a bit of a misfire though. Ashton Jackson's fielded a high ball. McGall, he looked good. He made a cameo, but that's all it was in the end. End up chopping on, trying to be extra careful. Zishan living dangerously. Maybe just flicked the switch a little bit too far, dialed it up, and played a couple of rash strokes that he didn't get away with. You see, that's a good example of kind of what he was doing. He's trying to play on length. This is a weird one where there's some discussion, but I think when you take about an hour to hit the stumps, you've kind of lost the battle with that, and I'm kind of glad it didn't turn into something more. And, well, meanwhile, France just had that knack of picking up the wickets, and they did get Zishan in the end. We saw the tank play a beautiful looking cover drive, but he was forlorn as he walked off. That was all he was able to do. Usman, I think he'll be trying out for the Football World Cup. And then it all kind of boiled over a little bit. And this is when it got really interesting for me. Ahmedzai, well, might be able to walk under a coffee table, but he certainly wasn't short of a word to Amir. And that was a cracking shot. Takur looked on taboo, didn't he? But then he just hung the bat out to dry. He found the fielder in the circle, and Gopi had to go. Prasad chanced his arm, and to be honest, was looking pretty good, wasn't he? He was able to get 3 away. Got a bit of luck there. Galami ran a country mile to catch up with that one, but wasn't able to hold on. And then Amir, right? He had the right reply and let his bat do the talking. Nowdy was on form over there. The spectators getting involved in the action. But then Usman Khan, he stole the show again. Got to say, this guy, he's such a talented cricketer. Particularly, I think the limited overs format just suits him so well. And then Prasad, the big domino to fall, wasn't he? That's an excellent catch, and mutual respect was resumed towards the end of the game. But yeah, Ahmedzai waited all day to take a wicket. When he took one, he wasn't satisfied. He wanted 2, and he got 2. Getting the big LBW, running out of wickets, running out of time, and yeah, it's an interesting innings because they kept pace so long in the innings. Afridi 6 and out. I mean, that was a nice shot. He was able to nail over long off, but then he went the very next ball, and then it's kind of last chance saloon, wasn't it? Aurora was there, cut one away, and thought maybe this is the start of something more. As that got to the boundary, but then he went the very next ball, and then you kind of knew then hope was lost, and he was so frustrated, and then Abbas couldn't really pick the slower ball or deal with it. Usman says, hey, is that hitting? And Wazim was asking the same question, maybe a question of height in that last one with that overspinning slower ball, but the umpire was happy with it. And in the end, 153 to 123. France, I suppose they're 2-1 up if you look at the week. The 3 match was worth the wait, although it wasn't quite as close as the other 2 matches between these 2 teams. 24 for Brassard is a sign of the times. I mean, no one turning a start into something more. And you could also say the same about France, but at least, you know, their batters scored more. I saw a few 20s and a 40 in there. Whereas Brassard, 24, the top scorer. Teams for Magal. In quick time, Thakur, 17 on debut, 18 for Amir. France, again, just a little bit too powerful when it was all said and done. They run out winners by 30 runs. Bowling figures, again, team effort, wasn't it? Rahula Mangal only asked to bowl the 1 over this time, but everyone else, pretty economical. And I've got to say, Usman Khan just continues to bamboozle batters with his change of pace. 4 for 17, for me, the best of the bowlers. Went at only 5 and over. I've got to say, shout out to Wanakul Surya as well as Rahmatullah Mangal and Ahmed Zait, 2 wickets apiece. Good to see Rahmatullah Mangal getting through his spell without too many dramas. So just a reminder to all of you guys out there, hopefully you enjoy what you see here on the European Cricket Network. If you haven't already, and I'm sure you have, but make sure you thumbs up this video on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket, at European Cricket, and last but not least, our website, europeancricket.com. That's where you can keep track of everything, and you might need some help because there's a lot going on this week. From everyone here in Malta, the ECN crew, Spring Productions, all the match officials and players, it's been great to have your company. Join us tomorrow for more action. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, wishing you a very, very happy and safe Wednesday evening. And I'll see you tomorrow for more Valletta Cup T20 Internationals. Hasta mañana.
Bye.